Chaque zone de l'UM6P est équipée d'un plan d'évacuation qui indique les sorties de secours et les gestes à tenir en cas d'urgence. Prenez votre temps de l'observer ou demandez de l'accompagnement par le staff organisateur de l'événement. En cas d'écoute d'alarme, prendre du temps, ne pas se précipiter, suivre les équipiers d'évacuation ou le chemin le plus proche vers une sortie de secours indiquée par cette signalétique. Ne pas utiliser l'ascenseur. Une fois dehors, se déplacer vers le point de rassemblement pour confirmer votre sécurité aux responsables d'évacuation et ne pas quitter le point de rassemblement qu'après autorisation. Si vous êtes le premier à notifier une situation d'urgence au sein des lieux de l'événement, vous devez activer le système d'alarme en poussant sur les déclencheurs manuels. Nos équipes sont à votre disposition et vous souhaitent un excellent événement.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hey. First of all, it's really a delight to see so many of you all today attending. It's really interesting to see the interest in what it is, perhaps like the cutting edge of technology from all of you. So welcome from researchers to students to guests. I hope you have a great evening. Thank you. So my name is Ala Zarqan. I think all of you know from blockchain events to Metaverse events. I want to do a introduction to what is perhaps one of the first public mainstream events about the Metaverse, which is in Morocco, which is I'm really honored to present. We will be talking a lot about the Metaverse. We have a panel about blockchains, and most importantly, we have very interesting speakers from all over the world and from Morocco as well, from startups to companies. So it's really a delight. Thank you. Yeah. So there's a lot of noise about the Metaverse. It's really hard to, especially in the current space, it's really hard to separate the facts from the fiction. I think this is one of the main things we wanted to do this, and I want to thank specifically 4 key actors to the success of this event. I want to thank the UMCSP, I want to thank 1337, which I was a student of, and I want to thank UCode, and most important, thank you. And last and perhaps least, I want to thank Meta for being a sponsor to this event. Perhaps this event will be a start of a very fruitful relationship and perhaps even a partnership with the UMCSP students, and to be an entry to the Metaverse for not only Morocco, but for the whole of Africa. So thank you, Meta. Yeah. And I want to change that up because we have actually we have Hanan from Meta to do the opening speech for us, and I want to thank you all for attending again. And let's see what Hanan would tell us about the Metaverse and what Meta is doing for the whole Metaverse in her opening speech. So thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. صباح الخير. السلام عليكم. أنا سميتي حنان البوجميعي من المغرب، وأنا مديرة الشؤون التنظيمية والسياسات العامة في شركة ميتا في منطقة الشرق الأوسط وشمال إفريقيا وتركيا، وكذلك أنا المسؤولة العامة على المغرب. أنا عارفة اليوم مهم بزاف بالنسبة للمغاربة كاملين وبالنسبة بزاف ديال شرائح اجتماعية في إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، لأنه اليوم اللي تأهلنا فيه النصف النهائي، فإحنا حاولنا أن هذا الإيفنت يكون يعني خفيف عليكم اليوم، ولكن إحنا كنوجدوا لهذا الحدث تقريبا سنة كاملة. فنتشكركم جميعا على الحضور، وكنتمنى أنكم تستفدوا من مجموعة ديال التكنولوجيات اللي كنقدموها خلال هذا الملتقى، وكنتمنى أن الفرصة تتاح لنا باش نخدموا أكثر وأكثر على هذا الموضوع. أنا عارفة أن مثل هذا الحدث يحتاج كثير من التحضير، فطبعا كاين دائما بعض الصعوبات باش احنا نقدروا نديروا الخدمة اللي كتكون في أعلى مستوى، ولكن كنحاول نقول لكم بأن غادي تكون فرص أخرى أكثر بأننا نجيو بصفة شخصية إلى المغرب لكي تتاح الفرصة لجميع الطلبة والفئات على المستوى الأكاديمي طاقات رائعة في الجامعة اللي كنتمنى أننا تتاح الفرصة نخدموا معكم أكثر، ولكن في المرة القادمة إن شاء الله بطريقة أكثر maybe حضورا. So now that I did my intros in Moroccan and I like to speak in my native language, I think I'm going to switch to English, so to make sure that this event is understood all around the world. So thank you for streaming this live on YouTube. I am honored to join you here today. My name is Hanan Boujami, and I'm the Regulatory Affairs Manager for the MENA region in Turkey for Meta, and I also manage public policy from Morocco. So today is so important because it's the first time we organize a Metaverse Day in one of the outstanding universities in Morocco, in Africa. It's Mohammed VI Polytechnique. And I had the opportunity to really soak up a lot of the work that is done specifically by 1337, a state-of-the-art lab developing state-of-the-art technology and at the forefront of innovation. And I think you qualify to be also co-creators in what we call the new generation of the internet, and that is Web.3, or the next chapter, the next episode of the internet, and it's the metaverse. So we're bringing this concept to Morocco because ultimately Meta is intending to co-create the metaverse with different capacities around the world. This is not something that we are able to do on our own. It's important to understand that your contribution and the value you bring to this technology will be very important. And that's why this time around, we're trying to be at the front of innovating and creating the technology. And I think the first important stop is to engage with students like you all, because you are the future of the country and you have the capabilities and also the skills to contribute to this landmark technology. So the metaverse can be depicted and described in so many different ways. And we have a great lineup today of speakers from Morocco, from around the world, discussing the different aspects from the technical point of view, but we're also covering other aspects linked to the economy of the metaverse. What's the contribution in the digital economy, knowing that the internet and technical platforms in general create a lot of values for countries and for emerging economies such as Morocco. So I would like to thank you all for coming today. This important day, which is the same day that happens to be the semi-finals in the World Cup for the Moroccan team. And for the first time, I understand that you all are eager to be back to your communities, to watch the match and celebrate. So I really wish us good luck today with the Metaverse Day, and I wish us luck also for the football. I hope you will learn a great deal of information from this. And as I said at the beginning, this is just the beginning, and I'm looking forward to contribute to the discussion and to also hear a little bit about your perception and opinion on the Metaverse. So guys, thank you all. And I think we're ready to kick off this marvelous day with you all. Thank you.
Well, shukran Hanan, since she spoke in our native language as well. Yeah, so I want to change that. We have a keynote, which is also from Prasad. He's a Senior Director, Reality Labs at Meta. And he'll be talking us do a hands-on future of the metaverse from Meta's perspective. And unfortunately, due to some certain things out of our reach, he'll be joining us remotely. He was going to be here, but he'll be joining us remotely. And yeah, let's get it off. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Prasad Bhandarkar, and I lead data engineering here at Reality Labs in Meta. I'm privileged to be presenting to you, especially on the day that I'm told there's going to be a World Cup semi-final soccer match between Morocco and France. So thanks for giving me attention in the day where I'm sure there is a lot of excitement in the country. I am delighted to be here virtually. I would have been even more delighted to be present there in person, but personal constraints did not allow me to travel at this time. Thanks for making time for me. We'll talk about Metaverse, but before we do that, I'm going to talk about a personal story. The game that you guys are seeing here is a game called cricket. It is just as popular in India as soccer is in Morocco. And this particular game is the 2011 World Cup final being played in my hometown of Mumbai, India. At that time, I was in California, and the match started at midnight. I had invited one of my friends to watch the match with me since my wife and son are not interested in cricket at all. But my friend dropped out at the last moment. And here I was alone sitting in my living room watching the match all alone. So I had an idea. I connected my laptop that I was streaming the match on to my big screen TV. And I had a second laptop that I connected to Facebook. And for the next few hours, it was amazing experience watching this match with all my friends I discussed that experience and you could co-watch video. But the sense of presence that I felt during that match, I've rarely felt in the virtual environment ever since. One of the things, though, is that sense of presence is always limited when it comes to screens. We have this screen, our mobile phones handy, but we also have other screens around us. We have our laptop screen, we have TV screens, we have even movie screens in cinema theaters. But nonetheless, no matter how big you make those screens, you always feel that those screens are limiting. So the question is, what if we can get inside those screens and let the content completely surround us, immerse us? What will that be like? Well, that is essentially the crux of Metaverse, and we believe that the evolution of computing is going to power it. So if you look at the history of computing, it started in 1950, probably even earlier, with mainframe computing. It was out of reach for most of the common people and used to run very esoteric apps. Over the period of time, it started democratizing in form of personal computing, first with Mac and then with Windows PCs. Personal computing eventually evolved into mobile computing, first with laptops and then with mobile devices, especially since 2008. As the generation of computing evolved and became more mobile, more democratic, and more accessible, the way people started using them to communicate and interact with one another changed. Nonetheless, my previous point still remains valid that all these have their own screens and they stand between our experience. So our hypothesis is that this coming decade is the decade of spatial computing or immersive computing. And that immersive computing in form of virtual reality and augmented reality are going to be the driving forces behind powering Metaverse. Imagine what it will be like to be in a classroom like those kids and let those objects immerse us. We experience them actually as if they are digital objects around us. Remember that back when personal computing or internet era started, we had things like World Wide Web that completely revolutionized the level of knowledge and understanding in the world. And especially with things like Wikipedia, the knowledge these days is at our fingertips. But imagine now that knowledge surrounds us and how transformative that might be. That is the power of Metaverse, and we are excited to be spearheading our efforts in that direction. So what is Metaverse? The Metaverse is a set of digital spaces, including immersive 3D experiences that are interconnected. The defining quality of Metaverse will be a feeling of presence, like you are right there with another person or in another space. I first felt it when right around the time that I joined Reality Labs, the world shut down with COVID, and we started interacting with other people through screens. As I've already mentioned to you what I feel about that. But then fast forward about 7-8 months into my tenure in Reality Labs, we were working internally on what we now call venues. This is a metaverse space for digital performances. And our engineering team had a sign-up sheet where we could actually sign up to have small performances on every Thursday afternoon. And the engineering team did experimentation with that to make the product better. And I can tell you that was the first time in some 7-8 months that I actually felt the sense of presence of being with other human beings other than my immediate family who was in a lockdown with me. Such is power of Metaverse, and it breaks the boundaries of proximity in order to create that feeling of presence. So here is an example. Here's somebody who is a friend of somebody based in Kyoto, Japan, and she's a friend of somebody here in Los Angeles, US. And that person is attending a concert, and they invite their friend to attend that concert with them in Metaverse. Now, you will say that that is like magical, or even playing chess with another friend who is not in proximity. You will definitely say that is magical. But it is when the full potential of that immersive spatial computing is realized. Because in that case, you will have augmented reality glasses, and you can see your friends in form of their holograms, and they can see you and the rest of the concert in form of the holograms and experience that watching together. Such is the power of Metaverse. So there are a couple of defining concepts of Metaverse, the building blocks of Metaverse. So the first one is virtual reality. Virtual reality is a use of computer modeling and simulation that enables a person to interact with a simulated environment that can be explored in 360 degrees. Because virtual reality devices surround your eyesight and create digital objects in front of your eyesight. And of course, it also has technologies such as directional sound, where you can actually immerse yourself in that digital world that the computer creates. And that has its own exciting applications. Imagine watching Wimbledon sitting in a royal box from my own house with my father in India, who's old enough that he cannot travel to watch in Wimbledon. What if we could watch that match together? That is the power of virtual reality when it's all realized. Augmented reality, on the other hand, is a technology that overlays digital images or animation on users' view of real world and thereby enhancing or augmented reality. Now imagine how many times have you tried to go from place A to place B and pulled out your mobile phone and tapped into the map application to take you there. And now imagine the world where you are wearing these augmented reality glasses and all you have to say is where you want to go, and those glasses actually overlay a green path over the on which you just walk as if you are walking on a carpet, and you eventually reach your destination. You don't have to pull out a mobile phone from your pocket anymore. And many augmented reality has many applications of its own to make it extremely powerful tool. So here's the world we could be in. Like today's world is screens with two-dimensional experiences have served us well. But tomorrow we could be using virtual reality and be in the middle of three-dimensional experiences. And then, of course, with augmented reality, we could have all sorts of computing examples that help with our day-to-day life. Yet another building block of Metaverse is this digital presence. Once upon a time, and in fact, many a times we still do that, we use a browser login. That is the proxy of our identity. We evolved to have digital profiles such as Facebook profile or any other ones. But in future, we will evolve into our own digital representation, perhaps our ideal version of ourselves. These representations over a period of time will become photoreal. So you cannot distinguish between you and your avatar, or perhaps you want to keep that distinction and make your avatar look even better than you. So avatar has appearances, avatar has friends, and also avatar could have digital objects associated with it, such as clothing and wallet and belongings. And all these areas open up yet another set of possibilities for digital creators. Which brings me to creator economy. Meta has always maintained that Metaverse is a big concept, and while Meta aspires to be a company that creates the foundation, paves the way, Meta in no way is going to be able to enable that future all by itself. We do expect a robust creator economy to be created around Metaverse. These creators might create their virtual reality or augmented reality apps whose applications we may not have even imagined. This is not too different from when app stores in mobile revolutions were launched, when the platform companies probably never realized the things that creators would create. In this case, creators might be able to create worlds in the virtual reality, or can create apps in augmented reality. They can create digital objects, and all these are monetizable opportunities for them, and these opportunities will make our world better. Meta, of course, ourselves, we are engaged in creating some of these experiences. So we have these three experiences that are available today. We have communities in form of Horizon Worlds. We have collaboration mechanism called workrooms. And then we have experiences called venues. And all these three are available today, and they represent pretty amazing experiences. So, what are the applications or emerging applications of Metaverse? Well, it's certainly not going to be possible. That's certainly not going to be possible to list all of them here. But here are a few. Here's an example of immersive learning. Let's say you want to experience what International Space Station see platforms. But what if you could immerse yourself in the International Space Station itself and experience it from the point of view of an astronaut in the space station without leaving your comfort of your living room? This way of learning is going to transform how we assimilate. Here's another example, creating digital twins for all sorts of things. The concept of digital twins was introduced by NASA, where they created a twin of one of their International Space Station modules. And from there, this is emerging to be one of the powerful application. What if you have a digital twin of your campus? Imagine you could go to libraries in the campus, you can go to classrooms or any other social activity. Imagine if we had Here's yet another example, emergency preparedness. Training on emergency preparedness at scale and without the risk of dealing with the real problems creates all sorts of possibilities. So in this picture, for example, this person has some kind of a rash which could potentially be infectious. And this video is training people on how to deal with these kind of situations. We just went through this again. I keep going back to COVID, but as the knowledge around COVID started getting refined, if we had a way to train our emergency responders and medical professionals at scale, that would have been pretty powerful, wouldn't it? Workplace development is another area where Metaverse has a lot of potential. Learning in general is a theme where you could learn much faster. But imagine that you are, for example, automotive mechanic, and you have to learn some intricacies of fixing the car. Or let's say you are working on some specialized machinery that both you need to know both about staying safe as well as using that machinery effectively. What if you could train on that machinery without putting yourself at risk or spending a lot of time along with others? Virtual reality or augmented reality can certainly enable that. And then, of course, worker safety, which is a related topic. And finally, mental health. This is another topic that is often ignored, but like there are some interesting applications in this area. For example, it is said that when one suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, it is often useful for one to revisit the situation and environment where that PTSD was caused in first place. For example, soldiers returning from war. Getting into those environments in a safe and controlled way could completely revolutionize how we approach treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder. there are so many more applications, many of which we wouldn't have even thought of. But the promise of Metaverse is going to take us to a completely different level of productivity, interactions, and a completely transformed economy. If you again look back to each of those transformative stages of computing and how many things it disrupted and improved our lifestyle in a positive way, apply that to Metaverse and some of these examples, and imagine what power these concepts will bring to our lives. So what are your ideas about making impact through Metaverse? What applications would you build if you were to build them today? Give that a thought. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed presenting to you. I wish I could be there in person to answer any questions, but I do really, really look forward to being there next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prasad from Meta, for joining us remotely. So we'll be very interesting subjects, very interesting applications of the Metaverse. And I think we're starting to see the picture, or at least the noise span out from all the interesting uses of the Metaverse. So we'll be chaining that to a panel, which is going to be on stage. We have a lot of bright individuals, and we will also be having Hanan back as a guest speaker for the panel. So for the speakers, yeah, let's go. So I want you all to welcome our speakers to the stage. So some of them are actually here for the first time in Morocco. So let's give them a Moroccan cheer. Yeah. Welcome. Let's have a seat. All right, so to remind you all, we'll be having a panel on the economy, ethics, the values, and the implications of the Metaverse. So I want to go around the table for a quick presentation for each of the speakers, if possible. And I guess let's start with you can use
hello,
it.
hello.
It's fine.
It works.
Okay.
Hi guys, my name is Zach, and I'm the CEO and founder of Reality, RLTY. And we are a Metaverse event company, so we build experiences in Metaverse worlds, and we have developed our own Metaverse that will host the majority of all our events we will be organizing in the future.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Kevin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pianity, which is a music NFT marketplace. And also I happen to be the founder of Hook, that some of you may know, which is an accelerator that actually invests in startups coming from 42 networks, so including 1337.
Thanks. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Michel. I am CEO and co-founder of Caviar Tech. Caviar Tech is a startup. We made augmented reality application. And we think the augmented reality is the first step for the metaverse. You have all of us who have a smartphone in our pocket is the first time.
Hello guys, I'm Dr. Vikas Arya. I'm a professor in International University of Rabat Business School, and I'm doing research from the consumer's perspective, how these intangible products, first time we have these products, and how these intangible products could change consumers' behavior pattern. Thank you.
Thanks. And we also have Hanan, if you can say hi to us.
Hi again,
Welcome
everyone.
back.
And thank you so much for having me on this panel. Thank you all for actually coming in person to Morocco. It was impossible for me to be there physically, but this is what the metaverse is about. I think we're trying to merge, the two realities, the physical and the virtual reality. So I'm going to be here with you remotely, and I'm looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, you actually mentioned a really good introduction. So maybe in the future we can have this fully in 3D or fully in AR in a metaverse. So yeah, really interesting. So yeah, actually I want to start to, so the first topic I want to talk about is the economy, and I want to change that off. There's a lot of investments in the metaverse. We see a lot of actors there. A question for you, Hannah. Let's get started with that. Where are we? I saw that Prasad mentioned that 2025 plus we will be having fully metaverse events. I know there are already experiences out there. Where are we yet to get to mainstream adoption of the metaverse?
Thank you so much for this question. I think Meta is obviously at the forefront of technological innovation when it comes to deploying the infrastructure required to partially make the metaverse happen. As I mentioned earlier in my intro, I mentioned that Meta is working and ambitiously working with other stakeholders and aiming to actually make other people co-creators of the metaverse. As per the timeline on when it's going to materialize and be mainstream, we can draw a little bit of analogies between the deployment of the internet itself and the next generation of the internet, which is Web3 and the metaverse. And I think it takes time to probably make it mainstream because of specific limitations linked to the bandwidth. So for any work to be done at all on the metaverse, it is required actually to have very fast internet. And it is definitely a requisite before we deploy any kind of applications or services. The hardware is also important. I think, as you could see, even from our Connect event, this field in terms of developing hardware is evolving really, really fast. You've noticed that at the pro level, we just launched Quest Pro, but I just want to mention also Quest 2, which is actually available for mainstream use. So the Pro is dedicated to developers and high quality, rendering, but Quest 2 is for me and you to be in the metaverse. We have invested heavily into showcasing how meetings will look like in the metaverse, and that's by using our application World Horizon. Of course, it's work in progress, and we are constantly improving the technology to achieve, a seamless experience, because it's important that, we try to create a digital, personality. It's not exactly a copy-paste of our real, personalities, and that takes a lot of research and investment. So I think the most landmark achievement from my own perspective is what we actually made happen is, when it comes to your eye contact, using the headsets is compatible with your, real persona. And that is, I think, one of, in my view, at least one of the landmark achievements of the research that we're doing now when it comes to developing, technology specific to the metaverse. I'm also wary, that, people around the world will not want to be just living in the metaverse. So we cannot think of it as, a platform where people will have to be double living. It's a complementary element to make certain things impossible happen. Like me today, I wasn't able to be there physically. And, the metaverse will create that missing layer at the moment from how to transfer, the virtual to the reality of our lives. And this is the part that I'm mostly excited about, because I have been living outside Morocco for almost 20 years, and I missed on so many amazing moments, part of my family or my friends, weddings, graduations and so on. And I would like that myself be teleported, somehow to a geographic, let's say, area where I couldn't be there physically, but the metaverse will bring me as close as possible to where I want to be when I can't be. So I want people to think about the metaverse as an opportunity. And based on that, we will create, technologies or services that will fit this specific purpose. It's not for anything else. And I see a lot of potential also when it comes to research and services as well. For me, I really relate a lot to how the internet was developed into where the metaverse, technology is now. So think about how the internet was at the beginning. It was merely a tool to exchange, information and emails, but it developed, it became video-based, it's more interactive, we build services. I think the metaverse is going to evolve in the same way. But now we have the opportunity to actually have a stake in it. And that's the most important message that I want to outlay to this audience, is that the metaverse, as a technology, has a lot of opportunity and a lot of limitations, but the most important part is that people have a say from now of how it's being developed and contribute to its evolvement. Thank you.
Thanks, Hanan. So the internet as it was in the 80s, that's the stage we're in. And you mentioned the opportunity, and most importantly, a word that I really liked, a work in progress. So we have Antoine here. No, sorry, I thought. So we want to talk about the co-founders or the pioneers of this technology. And I know you all have been building on top of this technology or on top of this space. Can you, perhaps one of you, introduce us to what it's like to be building at the frontier of the metaverse? Where it's like, is it tool set? Was it like in the economy, the creator economy to be exact?
Yeah. I just want to say one word about what she said about the mass adoption. I think I agree that actually the metaverse will become mainstream once, if we define the metaverse as virtual reality world, then once we will have a mass adoption of the VR hardware headsets. And I think if you look at what happened to the mobile phone took 20 years to become really mainstream, and smartphones, to become mainstream. And I think we can draw an analogy with the growth of the mobile phone. And one of the big, what we've actually noticed is when those mobile phones were, and even laptops were distributed by the companies, by the businesses, that's where we actually start to see mass adoption. So I think it will be interesting, and I don't know if she can answer, about the partnership Meta has done with Microsoft, so they can distribute the headset through the companies and to the B2B. And I think that's where you will start to see, when the businesses start giving to their staff, to the employees, those headsets, that's where you start to see a mass adoption of those headsets, and then a mass adoption of the metaverse will follow from that. And I think that Meta has been developing consumer product, and now they are doing a partnership with Microsoft that has been distributed to businesses for years. And I think that is a very interesting partnership that could lead to the mass adoption of the metaverse. I think that's an important point.
Okay, that's really interesting. So there is a mention of the B2B2B and the B2C layer to be as a transition phase, and partnerships I believe are really important as well. So I want to I know we have someone here as co-founder of NFTs and music. Where are we or what it is like to be building on top of the metaverse? We've seen concerts in 2D screens. How about concerts on a fully immersive experience? Any ideas on how to build on that? Any ideas on the artists themselves? Where are we at that stage?
At that stage, we are really early. We had some experience that happened in the past year regarding, like concerts in the metaverse that were like mostly a wide success. but it's not, and it happened basically during COVID. Now that, like we can go to real concerts, it's not really the case anymore. Like no one is really playing, digitally, apart from like maybe some performance. So it's still very, very early. To give you an idea, I think there are 8 million musicians on Spotify, which is huge, it's massive. And there are 3,000 musicians that released one NFT, at least one NFT. So there is a lot of zeros, like to go from now to mass adoption. So it's very, very the beginning. And regarding your question, which is like, what has it been like, to build on Web3 in general? To us, it's been incredible because I guess I'm not the only one here to to watch TV shows and to watch movies about like the beginning of the computer, like the beginning of the internet, and like you feel this excitement of building in chaos, because everyone is doing his own thing. No one is compatible with anyone, and you're just basically bootstrapping yourself on the technology, and you are actually building the technology as you are building your company. So it's pretty exciting, actually. So yeah, what has it been like? Pretty exciting.
That's great. That's really great to hear. I mean, if you compare, there wasn't Spotify in the 80s, so perhaps there's a pioneering ground to be built. So I want to chain that with, Hanan mentioned the really important part about research, and I want to chain that with our doctor here. How does the research relate to the economical or to the creator economy? How can students or researchers, PhDs, doctors, what can we do better to improve or to make it easy, as Hanan said, to bypass those like hardware, either in terms of hardware or in terms of bandwidth, in terms of things that is still cutting edge research to make the metaverse happen? What are the things that are being worked on currently? Where can we see our research stray to from being just a research, just a paper, to the companies themselves, to the product, to the end product? So where are we at that stage?
Okay.
Both of you, that's fine.
Okay. So in terms of research, actually, we could say that first thing we have learned is from the management perspective, they say tangibles are product and intangibles are services. So we have an era where we could say, yes, we have intangible products also. But in terms of research, this particular area is really very vast opportunity for researchers and for academicians as well to look forward what kind of perspectives are there. Especially when we talk about ethics, there was a case in mid-2020 when one of the women complained that she has faced some sexual harassment in the metaverse. So there is an opportunity for the brands and companies to figure out what kind of code and ethics they would be having. And also, what kind of code and ethics they would be aligned with the respective country also, so that they could punish these kind of things. And second important thing is like the experience in terms of education, how you are going to complete this immersive experience to the researchers and to the budding scholars, and how you could design immersive course curriculum. That would be next fast generation challenge. And one more important thing I just recall that is like number of cases we have seen around the world. There are people, those who arrange some fake documents and fake degree to get a job in different country. If university would come into this level in NFTs, they could generate their degree and certificates in NFT and they could put it on website. There would not be a possibility to have a duplicacy. And from the consumer's perspective, as you said, like brands, Nike, Gucci, H&M, these brands are developing their products, I would say intangible products in metaverse. And these products would help them to create some level of brand equity, where the consumers would have these experience in immersive environment, and then they would come back and purchase their product in reality. Same example, like if I wanted to travel to New York, so before making my decision to travel to New York, I would love to visit that city, or I would love to take my decision whether my stay in this particular hotel or going in this particular place would be more suitable according to my budget and investment, whether I would get satisfied or not with this investment. So if you could get these kind of experience in advance to take your decision, that would help you a lot, and this would be the future of the brands, where they would be providing this immersive experience to the consumers to help them to take the decision to buy their products and services.
Thank you. That's really interesting. So one of the things that I want to change too, which is also the subject of research, cutting-edge research, is blockchain in Web3, which is something that Hanan mentioned as well. And I know we have Zach here also in Web3, but I want to ask Michelle, what is the role of Web3 or the role of the blockchain to link to the intangible and the brands that our doctor talked about? So specifically the role of Web3, the role of blockchain, what can that industry, what can that research help us achieve in the metaverse itself?
So we think Web3 is very important for us because we work in augmented reality. In augmented reality, you can have a tangible, you can make a reality in our environment. You can have an digital asset in our environment. Why is it important? Because we are a social animal. Human is a social animal. You must have a real action with your environment. Now in Caviar, you can have you can make an application. So you have your NFT, for example, and your NFT is in your environment in augmented reality. You can visit 3D in augmented reality with your NFT. Blockchain is very important with augmented reality because there's a link, you know, the link for application, for make a mainstream application with mobile phone, with smartphone. Excuse me, my English is very not so good, mais si je vous parle en français, ça peut être super.
Vous pouvez parler en français. We don't mind. I think here, at least most of people here in the panel, they don't mind French or English. Please be free to talk. Hanan talked in Arabic. We love that. So please be free to choose whatever language, and we can change that up. It's fine. That's all good. So if you want to add something in French, go ahead.
Ok. Donc on pense que vraiment il y a des choses qui peuvent être incroyables à faire parce que le temps d'adoption est très très rapide. Nous, le but, c'est d'évangéliser. Sinon, ça reste une idée. Il faut qu'il y ait beaucoup de monde qui puisse soi-même créer des environnements, soi-même interagir, soi-même partager. Et la première marche, c'est ce que vous avez tous dans la poche, c'est votre smartphone. Donc aujourd'hui, on est capable de réaliser énormément de choses. Malheureusement, la réalité augmentée pour beaucoup, ça reste des filtres Snapchat. Mais ce qu'il faut retenir des filtres Snapchat, c'est qu'ils ont permis finalement de travailler chacun sur l'estime de soi, c'est-à-dire de renvoyer une autre image. Ça veut dire de modifier une forme de la réalité. Ce qu'il faut imaginer demain, la première étape, finalement, c'est pour ça que les enjeux, ils sont importants pour Meta, ils sont très importants pour Facebook. On est tous en train d'attendre finalement le super hardware qui va arriver. On vous a emmené un Pico 4 pour faire des démonstrations en réalité augmentée et en réalité mixte tout à l'heure. Pourquoi cet enjeu est important? On pense que notre environnement, ce qui nous entoure, va devenir une énorme régie média. Ça veut dire que, imaginez, dans 10, 15, 20 ans, vous n'avez plus de navigateur traditionnel. Vous ne regarderez pas, vous ferez une requête à l'oral et le résultat arrivera devant vous dans les airs. C'est ça la réalité de demain. Et ça, ce sera la première marche la plus simple à pratiquer parce qu'on sera ensemble à regarder ce qui nous entoure, à avoir des indications. Vous regardez Google Street View. Google Street View, depuis ce mois-ci, vous avez tous les commerces de Google qui apparaissent en réalité augmentée dans Google Street View. C'est des millions de commerces qui apparaissent devant vous avec des indications de valeur. Donc voilà, nous on est très attachés à ça, à la réalité augmentée, et on espère qu'on va pouvoir faire plein d'exercices ensemble tout à l'heure.
Merci. One other point?
And yeah, and to build on what Michel just said, I think there is a misconception, or at least to me, it's what I think. There is a misconception when we talk about metaverse. And for example, I don't think Second Life or Roblox are metaverse. But other, like, of course, one of the most famous one, which is Sandbox, and other are. And I think the main difference is in a real metaverse, you have to be able to own things truly. And it's in that sense that we need the blockchain for that, like to build the metaverse. And it's linked to the first question you asked, which is the economy. Because if you can't own things, there is no economy, right? And if there is no economy, there is no brand, there is no advertisement, there is nothing. And so that's for that reason that we really need the blockchain technology and Web3 in the metaverse, and we need to build metaverse on top of this. And if we compare the metaverse or like the digital world and the real one, until today, you couldn't really own anything in the real in the digital world, and everything basically in the digital world was fungible, whereas right now everything is non-fungible. We are used to live in a world where everything is non-fungible. For example, even those 3 tables, even if they look the same, they are not the same price, because I see scratches on this one, so maybe it's less expensive than that one. So for that reason, it's non-fungible. And we have to have the same thing in the metaverse, and we have to bring that non-fungibility in the metaverse in order to make it like viable and to be able to build an economy on top of it.
Thank you. So you mentioned a very important point, which is also what is currently being said in the public. VR chat have existed since a long time ago, also Second Life. So the ownership aspect is what makes the metaverse. And I want to ask Kevin about that, how easy it is or how hard it is to show that the public that this technology, the metaverse and the Web3 themselves, the aspect of the NFTs that we talked about, how do they blend together to make that a creator economy? I know that we have NFTs for artists, NFTs for 3D artists as well. Or if we talk about artists of music, how about 3D artists? How about if I want to make a bottle, or if I want to make a table, how would I sell that? How much would it own? So all of these aspects, how do they link up to the creator economy in Web3?
So we at Reality, we are developing a metaverse event. Okay, so we are developing an environment where we bring businesses and we create metaverse experiences for them. And so when we do bring those businesses to the metaverse and we give them a couple of use cases that they can do in the metaverse, obviously we have education, so they can do an educational event in the metaverse. They can do music event in the metaverse. They can do conference in the metaverse. They can do all sorts of different experiences in the metaverse. We provide them with all the tools they need in order to create those experiences. And it was very important for us to say we are a full end-to-end service, so we can help your businesses to go to the metaverse straight away. And so that goes from the creation of the world, the 3D aspect. So we do bring artists that create our world with as a co-creation, for example, with us, and we host those environments in our own servers because we have been doing a lot of events in the Sandbox, in the Decentraland, in Spatial, and we have seen some of the limitation for event-based worlds, and so we have decided to develop our own environment, which will host most of the event in the future. And so we see those worlds that we're developing for the companies as open worlds, and we bring artists, we bring monetization to our event, we bring gamification to our event, and we try to be as open as possible. And I think that's really defined Web3. I think my experience in the Web3 for the past year and a half has been so open. Everyone is open to partnership, everyone is open to contribute to each other's product. And I think that it's a great positive sign for the future of Web3 that we see so many partnerships, so many companies that are working together to make it through and really develop the next iteration of Internet.
Yeah, thank you, Zach, for that answer. So I want to link that up. We have a lot of developers here in the audience, and I want to ask Hanan about what is Meta doing in terms of developers, tool chain. You've built the hardware. Is there? And I know that there is a lot of APIs, a lot of SDKs that developers can use today. And you mentioned earlier the word opportunity. Where if you're a pioneer, if you're a developer and you have an option to go build on top of the metaverse, how do you get started? What is Meta doing in those regards? All of these questions are circling around, I think, in the audience's head right now. If you can clear some of those up, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think we definitely promote interoperable internet in general, which allows, developers and enthusiasts as well, such as, the communities that you're building in Morocco, where there is no formal education required to be a coder. So Meta also makes sure that, our tools are accessible to a certain extent. And we organize a lot of events, big events, where we invite, students and fresh grads to display, what they have to add and learn from what we have to offer. So I think there is an opportunity to fetch, talent across the world when it comes to developing the technology specifically. And I want you to understand that impossible is nothing. It's just what's important is to create actually a platform to start always from within. Because what we would like to have as a best case scenario is the cross-fertilization of ideas and also methodologies of work. And that's what makes, whatever we're working on as diverse as possible and as compatible with whatever is being promoted, globally. Because environments, frameworks, laws, jurisdictions are so different, but we all speak one language, and that is the technology language. So what I would recommend personally, to be at a level where you can come and pitch your work to global companies in general, whether it's Meta or another, company, is to build, a platform from within, as in a platform of researchers, enthusiasts, people who are really interested in investigating how do we I like what you asked earlier about how to materialize research, how to bring it from the concept to implementation. And then bear in mind all the other challenges that come into play, because deploying a technology from a technical point of view, and I know there are lots of coders in the room, is great and exciting and limitless. But hey, you deploy technology, but then you have to respect specific rules so we can, have fair play when it comes to the actual access to the technology. And this is a challenge that we need to understand fully. We also need to be aware of what are the opportunities that would provide us access, faster, and sometimes it's not good to invest more than you need to. As an example, the work that is being done at the moment on augmented reality is probably more accessible to markets like, Morocco and other emerging economies. Because if you want to invest heavily in deploying a specific platform to operate on the metaverse, you really need to pump a lot of money into that. And the most important part is the user experience. And that takes a lot of time, expertise, and investment to perfect. Because once you put it in the market for mainstream, consumption, it's really like a long cycle. I want people to understand this. And it's also challenging to make a business model out of it. Sometimes it's good to start with the simple. And I see a lot of potential in XR or AR, technologies as an entry point, to develop. And yeah, so it's a very competitive environment in terms of also acquiring talents. And I think what you're focusing on now at the level of university is so important, because that's the core of any career in tech is education. And that's what you're doing. And once you have that, level where you can, add value, then I think there are a lot of opportunities that could be, organized, if not already. And as you can see, like now we are like virtually connected. There is a lot of ways, we can work together in order to help, the communities and the students in Morocco benefit from whatever innovation and technology we're working on. I had another, maybe another twist to the discussion, if you allow me, as a moderator. And I want to raise the attention of the technologists in the room to the importance of thinking, equally about what kind of, governance system we want, the metaverse to have in place. I heard earlier discussion about rules or standards that need to be applied to platforms. Usually, innovation and technology runs really, really at a fast pace, but sometimes it can get stuck with regulation or obstacles. Now that we're talking about the next generation of web, I think we need to be equally geared up to speak about the regulatory, frameworks necessary to deploy, either the metaverse or blockchain technology. And we need to be as innovative, thinking about these new rules, because, the current rules that we have in place are more or less top down. So you've got the government implementing a legislation or a rule, or you've got a platform like us that has specific community standards that we apply when it comes to interactions on our platform. But the future is really, really different. The future is decentralized. The future is, is built on consensus, like how blockchain technology is actually designed is on consensus building. So might need to think that we need to apply the rules differently. Think about communities on the metaverse. Think about how they can have a say on the rules. Think about how to build consensus on these rules. It shouldn't be, we should be really open, to think about the technology, the economic model, how we're making business there, but we also can drive, the discussion on regulation and the rules that should actually be dictated in these kinds of environments. And I want people to dive into this part of the research because it's still fresh. Like if you manage to match, developing the technology with, compatible rules that would be, accepted by everybody, just like blockchain works, it works merely on consensus building. That's the innovation in my point of view. So now, unlike the internet where we run away with developing it without looking at the rules, this is the important moment that we have to look at this space from like a 360 degrees. So we can't just, say, oh, we are at the forefront of innovation. We also need to understand what's at stake when it comes to, the different practices that happen on these platforms and how we can be also leading on discussions related to rules and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Hanan.
I want to add something here.
So I want to change that up. I'm going to indulge you on that question, and I want to raise an open question about ethics, exactly. So, and regulations.
Yeah, I want to add here something eMarketers, one of the biggest research consultancy firm, they predicted that Metaverse would be having a 5 trillion economy by 2025, and this would be surprisingly more than the Indian overall economy, where India, we have 4th largest economy as of now. So you could see what kind of business perspective would be there and how these business perspective would land. I would give you some example, like one of the business school in France, they recently hold their first Metaverse conference. So the entire conference was in Metaverse. Even there are fashion industry, they are organizing fashion event in Metaverse. One of the artists in London, he put all his paintings and artwork in NFT and put those paintings in a Metaverse to generate revenue where people could go and visit. Second example is coming from India and Dubai, where the couple organized their marriage in Metaverse and they invited 6,000 people around the world to entertain or to be a part of their marriage. Even from the entertainment industry, the Asia's first movie, they launched their trailer in Metaverse, and that is Radheshyam movie from India. even Marvelous, they also claim that they are going to launch their movie in Metaverse by 2025. Coming back to Dubai also, like I'm giving you the perspective from different continent of this world, Dubai launched their first hospital in Metaverse. So imagine with the help of augmented reality, virtual reality, you have created your avatar in real life and doctor sitting miles away from you could check your BP, could check your muscle strength and could suggest you what kind of improvement you have in your body. From the automobile sector, as we talk about that sector also, one of our keynote speaker talk about, Hyundai company, they have launched their car test drive in Metaverse. So imagine what kind of business perspectives from art to entertainment to education to university perspective, these kind of business are coming. And when these kind of business would develop, we really need to have a strong ethics and rules and regulation policies. Who would monitor these things? We have a DAOs. It's a very big organizations operating in USA, and it's again not legalized in some way. There is a debate going on whether to consider this online platform in a regular body or not. So same way we have to channelize some kind of blockchain process also, where we have lot of digital currency. And when we talk about digital currency, one of the Japanese famous bank, financial bank, they recently launched, like last week only, they claimed that they would be coming into Metaverse to deal with financial regulations and to deal with financial transitions. So every brand, every organizations are coming into this domain. And now this would be an era for researchers also, those who are not coming from technical background, but they have a art or they have a science or maybe they have a law also. They can also come into this domain. They can help the organizations and the country also, or the meta policies also, like policy holders in this metaverse, to redesign their policy in terms of feasible to the metaverse context. As I mentioned earlier, there was a complaint, woman complained that I have a harassment in metaverse. When she went to the police station, and she got very surprised answer from the police. Sorry ma'am, we don't have a regulation to file your complaint, because that harassment was happened in a metaverse and we don't have such kind of policy where we could track this person and punish this person. Sorry, we cannot file your complaint. So imagine if these kind of scenario would happen again and again. Even there was a complaint, there was a person in an official meeting, he opened a vodka bottle and offered that vodka bottle to the woman. Though it was in a virtual, but that was a kind of thing, woman was not having acceptance to this kind of harassment level. So we should have to talk about these kind of ethical policies, rules and regulation policies, and we should also have some kind of regulation where a person could have some points, like as you could generate only one avatar. And that one avatar you have to use wherever you want to go, or what kind of company or what kind of metaverse you are using, either spatial or Decentraland or any other metaverse you are using, you would be allowed to use that same avatar only. If you do some harassment, some of your points would be deducted from your account and you would be punished, like you would not be allowed to visit in metaverse for next 2 months, 3 months, or some kind of social portfolio would have these kind of negative impact on your behavior. That would make sense, and we really have to work hard to design these kind of policy where our original identity could align with our metaverse identity or with our avatar, where if we do some misconduct over there, it would be reflected in our physical account also, where we could be accountable for this misbehavior. Thank you.
Thank you. That does provide perspective on regulations. I don't know, Zach, if you want to add anything.
So we develop large-scale event experiences on the metaverse, and every time we develop one, we always make sure that in all of our experience there are some safe zone, right? And so we work a lot on social interaction inside our events. And so when you walk into our event, you could hear the sound, the geospatial sounds. You could discuss either in a one-on-one chat with avatars walking around, or you could participate in global chat, etc. And we always have moderators in our event and safe zones where if someone feels unsafe in any shape or form, can walk into that safe zone, and then you don't have any more the sounds, you don't have any more the camera, you don't have any more the chat, and you are in a safe environment. But I think those are very particular cases, etc., and we have to look at all of the opportunities that the metaverse offer us. And to give you one example, last month we developed a large metaverse event for a clinic on the medical sector, and it was a big conference about overweight. Okay, and so we had a lot of nutritionists and lots of doctors that were in the event, and they were participating, giving speech, and we also had the possibility to have one-on-ones with those big famous nutritionists and doctors, etc. And we saw about 3,500 people connected in this environment, and what we can guess and what we know is a lot of people that feel that they were overweight and they were stuck at home, and sometimes they don't feel the courage to go to see a doctor or go out, and they feel bad, etc., could actually connect to those worlds as avatars, and therefore completely anonymous, and then have access to those doctors, to those nutritionists, and help them. And I think this is one particular example, but one example of the opportunity that the metaverse allows us to do. And I think that every time that we develop an experience, a metaverse event with a client, we always try to think about, okay, what are the utilities? What are the opportunities? What are we going to do in this event that actually make this event special?
Michel, thank you.
Oui. Je vais reprendre en français parce que je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de développeurs dans la salle. Je vais vous donner notre avis, nous, après 4 ans d'expérience. Si on parle tous du métaverse aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on on a quand même eu plus de 2 ans de Covid. Ces 2 ans de Covid ont modifié finalement notre rapport à l'autre. Vous savez, on parle dans le théâtre de Molière, on parle de 3 actes. On dit qu'il y a l'unité de temps, il y a l'unité d'action et il y a l'unité de lieu. On a une chance incroyable, c'est qu'on rejoint ces 3 actes. On est au même temps, on est dans l'action, on interagit ensemble et on se trouve au même lieu. Quand on travaille sur le métaverse, on travaille sur l'unité de lieu. Comment être à des endroits différents et interagir ensemble? La question que vous devez vous poser en tant que développeur, c'est où se trouve la douleur de l'homme? Elle est où la douleur? Elle est où la difficulté? Qu'est-ce qui fait que quand je vais fabriquer quelque chose, quand je vais coder, ça va changer la vie des hommes? La technologie, elle est au service de l'homme. L'homme n'est pas au service de la technologie. C'est très important que vous compreniez ça. À chaque fois qu'on travaille sur un développement, on se pose la question, qu'est-ce que ça va vraiment changer? Est-ce que ça va améliorer ma vie? Est-ce que ça va changer quelque chose? Est-ce que ça va me permettre de comprendre? On dit que la réalité augmentée, elle permet une seule chose. Elle permet finalement de libérer la charge cognitive, de réduire la charge cognitive d'un individu. La charge cognitive, c'est quoi? Notre cerveau ne peut pas faire plein de choses à la fois. Rappelez-vous du temps où il y a un temps que vous n'avez pas connu, où il n'y avait pas de GPS. Le GPS n'existait pas. Quand on voulait aller quelque part, on prenait une carte et on essayait de retenir par quel chemin on allait passer. Et puis le GPS est arrivé, vous n'avez plus de carte, vous n'avez plus besoin de faire cet effort et vous pouvez aller dans une direction, parler à quelqu'un, faire autre chose. On a libéré une partie, c'est-à-dire qu'on donne du temps libre à l'homme. La réalité augmentée, elle permet ça. Quand vous avez une application Ikea et que vous mettez un meuble devant vous, chez vous, ce meuble, il est à la taille réelle. Vous pouvez changer la couleur et vous dites, vous n'avez pas d'effort à faire en vous disant, est-ce qu'il va être bien chez moi? Est-ce que ça va être le bon? Vous appuyez sur un bouton, vous l'achetez. Aujourd'hui, ces technologies, elles doivent nous aider à prendre des décisions, à prendre les bonnes décisions, à être bons dans nos actions. Dans le futur, vous n'aurez pas un panneau qui vous dira « vous n'avez pas le droit d'aller là, vous n'avez pas le droit de faire ça, faites attention aux animaux, faites attention au chemin ». Vous aurez un guide devant vous qui va vous parler et qui va vous délivrer une information avec plus de valeur ajoutée. Donc posez-vous ces vraies questions. Est-ce que quand vous faites un code, comment vous pouvez être agile? Et ça, vous le faites tous. Ne pas réinventer la roue. Ça, c'est très important. On ne doit pas réinventer des choses. Vous êtes tous ensemble. Chacun a fait une petite brique. Et tous ensemble, on peut être très fort pour aller faire un produit qui résout une douleur réelle du marché. Voilà, j'espère que je n'ai pas été trop long.
That does provide a lot of perspective. We're gonna take it to our Q&A. We're gonna take 2 questions. You can ask about anything that we've said or things that we didn't say. So, anyone want to take a question? Let's start by you. I think there's a microphone.
Again, thank you so much for your time. I'm really proud to be in this place today and actually get to meet some bright minds and talk about some very important topics. Now, I don't have any experience in the metaverse, and I started hearing you guys talking about the ethical aspect of it. What have been said is there will be a set of rules to govern the whole metaverse. But that again, that just suppose, just for example, this last World Cup in Qatar have seen a lot of Western covers. They covered the injustices and etc. But again, these Western media had their own agenda or their own ideologies. Same thing will happen in the metaverse. So which entity will get to choose the set of governance or the set of rules that will be forced upon the people? And in that essence, just like one person said, that they will have this set of social kind of credit that will be used to penalize any person who would do anything wrong. But if we tie this to the first idea, who gets to choose the rules, and what are those rules, and where are the red line, and who gets to cross that red line, and who gets to actually draw that red line? That's the kind of thing that I want to know.
It's a really interesting question.
Very critical question. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me, but yes. I really relate a lot to this kind of questions. And I spoke about this briefly earlier about consensus building, as a core principle of, let's say, blockchain technology or decentralized structure. And I think this is the time for people to start thinking about a different way of actually implementing the rules when it comes to the metaverse. Okay, so this is a very good moment for actually everybody to brainstorm about this. And I really don't advise, for the traditional way of doing things that we are used to when it comes to, stating the rules for large structures. Now, when it comes to platforms, as it was explained earlier, each platform has its own standards or community standards or terms and conditions, and it governs, that space that they're operating, usually for business reasons, okay? So the content business is not easy, as it seems to, because you need to think about the functionality, that's the developer's side, the technology, and the aim of it, and how you're gonna create a business model of it, and then you come to the ethical, side of things or regulation. Now with the metaverse, I stress the need, for us to think actually together about a model, whether it's a point system, as was mentioned, and I really like that. It's like you're driving a car, and basically if you go through the red light, you lose a few points from your driver license, at least in the UK. So that's how it works. But is it efficient? So we need to perfect, our ideas in a way that help us actually not only co-create the technology, we need to keep the rules also, in place. And of course, there is liability issues that we need to be thinking about. So it's almost like we need to build this together, but at every possible layer. This is the impression that I want to live, with people here in the room, especially, among the developer community. It's so important that when we are coding or creating, applications. I'm sure you heard a lot recently about, making sure that technology is private by design, or, instilling the notion of privacy by design. I think this applies also on safety, on other aspects, that were discussed earlier in the panel. And I want to highlight something very important, is that human behavior is unpredictable. You cannot possibly, regulate something before it happens. So there is a lot of thought process that needs to go into these discussions, but we all need to agree that we have actually a stake, and then we can, be part of it. That's the mentality, or to ensure, that this new, technology and platform will cater for everybody's need in a way that does not go against morale or the rules that we know as we know them. Thank you.
Right, thanks.
Okay.
And I like the chit chat, discussions. It would be nice to just hear people's comments on publicly, because we're on live stream, and it's just important to also understand everybody's view on what's being said.
Okay. Here, I would like to add to your question, to your comments, Miss. It is about the consumers who are going to decide where this metaverse community will move forward. For example, I will explain you. One thing you have to understand, metaverse is going to help our SDG goals, sustainable development goals, because it is going to reduce your carbon emission, it is going to reduce your traveling, it is going to reduce your actual consumption also in so many ways. And as a consumer, when you're supposed to buy a Nike shoes, you never bother what these Nike brand is doing towards the sustainable consumption or towards the sustainable environment. But now, as a movement, or with the experience, over a period of experience, consumer realize that if a brand is not doing something good for the environment consumption or sustainable environment, I would not going to buy that particular product from this brand. Next example, like when you search a flight on Google, these days you will get one more information, like flight from Casablanca or flight from Marrakesh to Rabat or flight from Marrakesh to London, how much carbon emission this flight is going to produce. If you are so environmental friendly guy, you will not going to buy a flight which is going to produce a lot of carbon emission. Same way, Metaverse, a company, there are CEOs, there are people, those who are running these kind of organizations, brands also entering into this domain, they would do their job. They would produce products, they would produce avatar, they would redesign their policies also, but it is at the end would come to the consumers. If consumers feel that, I feel ashamed in this particular Metaverse. There was a complaint day before yesterday. The lady claimed that my avatar is getting nude day by day without my permission. So if this kind of feeling a person is having when visiting a particular avatar, they would say that, okay, let me give a negative feedback about this avatar, or let me give a negative comments or review about this particular Metaverse. So the consumers, as and when you guys would consume these particular technology or you would use these technology, you would force the company to do the right thing for you as per your continent, as per your regulations, or as per your cultural values. Might be the avatar is having a dressing style would not be comfortable in USA, but would be comfortable in Morocco. Or might be my dressing style, my avatar dressing styles, the options. I'm talking about the clothes options you would be having to buy for your avatar would not be convenient for your culture, but would be convenient for someone who is sitting in New Zealand. So the people, those who are in New Zealand and the people, those who are in Morocco, they would force the company to redesign their policy according to their culture and country. And that's how this industry will move forward, and they would design this line, okay, these are the rules I have to follow to enter into this particular community. Otherwise, this community will not entertain me. Go back to the very previous era, McDonald's burger, it's a very famous brand around the world. They wanted to enter Indian market somewhere in 2001 and 2. They say that we are the one who are selling beef burger around the world. So we could sell beef burger in India also. They misunderstood the sentiment over there, and that was the mistake. Company lost lot of amount plus number of years. Then they redesigned their policy to re-enter into Indian market. This is what the answer is. Company would redesign their policy and structure according to their local requirement and the cultural requirement. That's all from my side.
Michel?
Ouais, alors j'ai pas compris toute ta question, mais ce que j'ai compris, c'est les règles du métaverse. Alors, je vais vous raconter une petite histoire. Imaginons que le métaverse, ce soit un pays, et imaginons que le métaverse, ce soit la planète. Si c'était un pays, il y aurait un gouvernement et il y aurait des règles. Et on obéirait aux règles du gouvernement. Sauf que le métaverse, c'est pas ça. Et j'espère que le métaverse, ce sera pas l'équivalent d'un gouvernement, une grande entreprise qui dira c'est le métaverse, c'est moi, et qui édictera ses règles. Parce qu'il ne faut pas que ce soit ça. L'intérêt du Web3, c'est la décentralisation. La décentralisation, c'est que chacun, on a une partie du pouvoir. N'oubliez pas ça, c'est le plus important. Chacun, on a une partie du pouvoir. Si vous ne travaillez pas sur ça, vous n'y arriverez pas et on n'y arrivera pas. Ça veut dire que les règles, il ne faut pas vous dire qui fait les règles, comment elles sont faites, c'est comment nous, on va faire des règles. Je vais vous donner un exemple très simple. Et à mon avis, c'est le sujet d'étude des 10-15 prochaines années. Il y a le fond et la forme. Le métaverse, imaginons que ce soit un environnement 3D. Cet environnement 3D, on le fait comme on veut, il ressemble à la réalité, il ne ressemble pas à la réalité. Il y a des gens qui se baladent à l'intérieur et ces gens ont des actions. Ça, c'est le fond, c'est ce qu'on en fait. Aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle, et vous avez tous testé Chat GPT-3, et vous avez dit « Waouh, c'est juste incroyable ». Posez-vous les bonnes questions. Demain, la vraie question, c'est de se dire « Avec qui je parle ? Est-ce que la personne avec qui je parle est une vraie personne ? Est-ce qu'il y a une vraie personne derrière ? » Et la technologie est tellement forte que l'enjeu va être de trouver des solutions pour nous authentifier vraiment et être sûr qu'il n'y ait pas des deepfakes qui soient derrière et qui, eux, transgressent les règles. Le gros boulot, c'est ça. C'est comment vous allez pouvoir gérer cette difficulté. Et moi, je vous l'assure, et je vous le dis dès maintenant, c'est une difficulté qui va être énorme. Alors, je suis d'accord, il va falloir trouver des règles, mais c'est à vous de les faire, les règles. N'attendez pas qu'une société la plus grande ou n'importe qui dise « Ok, moi, les règles, c'est mes règles à moi ». Ok, on peut faire ça dans une plateforme de jeu, c'est un jeu. Mais ce qu'on espère, c'est que le métaverse soit plus fort qu'un jeu. Sinon, si c'est juste un jeu, on va pas faire, on n'a rien à faire là. Voilà.
Thank you. Thank you all for your questions. So yeah, I think I want to thank you all for attending the panel. We're gonna take a break, but before that, I want to thank each individual attendee in the panel. There were really some really interesting subjects. We're gonna see them again. I think there are keynotes and workshops, so don't go anywhere. We're gonna have a coffee break. I want to also thank Hanan for joining us remotely, and yeah, thank you all for attending. See you all later.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good topic.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. شرب سوق هوا, hopefully. Yeah, welcome back to our event. Hopefully you had fun in the panels. Now we're going to have Antoine from the founder of Metaverse Gigi, and will also be joining us remotely Olivier, and they're going to talk to us about an introduction to the Metaverse. Antoine?
Bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle Antoine Mallet, je suis le CEO fondateur de Metaverse GT. Nous avons en fait créé un Metaverse 100% full web. Alors vous inquiétez pas, hein, la présentation est aussi en anglais. En tout cas, je voulais vraiment vous remercier pour votre accueil chaleureux. Moi, c'est la première fois en fait que je venais au Maroc et vous avez vraiment un pays magnifique avec une culture incroyable. Et puis, merci. Et je peux vous assurer que je vais revenir, ça c'est sûr et certain. En tout cas, I'm very proud to introduce today my managing director. His name is Oliver Lemoine, and we want to introduce our company and our vision of Metaverse. So I bring to him the microphone.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for attending this event. I'm Oliver Lemoine, the managing director of the company. I joined the company last February 2022. And this project is absolutely beautiful as your country is, and your warm people too. We are very proud today to present you our very innovative company. As Antoine told us previously, this is a full web metaverse answering the big question, how to generate the mass adoption. And the mass adoption consists in removing all of the technical breaks for the people. This means that you don't need any headset or VR glasses to enter our metaverse. There's no technical issue regarding the end user's adoption. You don't need to download a software to create your avatar. Your avatar is automatically generated when you're entering the platform. After that, you can customize it with the colors or clothing you want. But in the early beginning, you don't need to manage technical issues at your side. This is the link connection between the Web 2.0, the traditional web we all know, to the next web in its 3D version. We called it Web 3.0, and we are the necessary link between these two worlds. We have removed all of the technical issues to help the people to enter it and adopt it very easily on a quick and fast way to get an access on it through a laptop or any mobile handset. And at the end, you also don't need any wallet ID connection to enter in. It's a free full web access in a 3D world where you can interact with objects and people very easily. So we are very proud to present it to you today. And the purpose of our metaverse is also to answer the second big question for the people, which is how can we have entertainment or having a passion or something to do inside the metaverse? And this is the answer we provide to the people is, okay, now guys, you have the possibility to do plenty of things inside the metaverse. Until now, there was only the possibility offered to you just to visit some NFT galleries, but almost nothing to do inside the metaverse until today. And from now, you have the possibility to achieve daily tasks per day in order to generate cash. It's as simple as it is. The main question for the people is, how can I amend my current situation? How can I earn much more money and quick and easy money, I should say? And the answer is, okay, we will submit to you every day a quick list of tasks to achieve per day in order to get $3 or $5 answering quick questions or quick product survey for a brand, or also click on a banner or rent a space to other people, okay? If you rent for $5 a space, and you can easily sub-rent another space in New York, for instance, $30 a month. So this way, you can easily earn much more money than before. So that's the purpose of our metaverse, answering definitely the two main questions of the market. How can we onboard mass adoption, removing all of the technical obstacles for the people? And on the second hand, I should say, how can we help people to generate more cash thanks to the metaverse? So definitely, the solution we bring to the market is to get an access, free access to all of our tools, very easy to manipulate, very easy to copy and paste from a library of content. And the business model is super simple. You just have to create some value, okay? Rent a space, buy a space, create a building on it, a flat, a house, or anything you like. And then entertain yourself to promote it to other people or to sell it to as much as people as you can find out inside the metaverse. So this crazy market will become a reality very soon, and we will bring to the people all of the necessary tools, no-code tools, in order to handle these tools very fast and very efficiently at their side, to help others at their turn to generate more cash in the metaverse. And the possibilities are absolutely infinite, and we are very, very happy and proud to bring in this solution to many countries as possible, and many different types of people with different patients as possible. So we hope you will enjoy our technology, which is very, very affordable for the people. Everybody can get a free access on it, and can onboard all of our tools very, very fast. So I'm open now to any questions you could have regarding this technology. If you want to interact, don't hesitate to ask me any question you want. I'd be happy to have a connection with you all. Thanks a lot for your attention. And I'm open to frequent questions by now if you wish to.
Yes. So if you want to ask some questions, you have the mic. I would like to talk to you about the technology. So today we are on a web browser. So this is very fast. You just have to enter just a URL in your web browser. And Metaverse GT is an innovative company because we are making internet in 3D. So today, when I go, for example, on Amazon to buy some books, I'm connecting on Amazon and I'm alone. So this is one user and one browser. So when I type on Amazon, I choose my book. But in Metaverse GT, this is in 3D. So you can be one user with your friends, and you can visit a lot of environments in 3D. So you are in the 3D world, and you can do collaborative job tasks. You can buy some books with your friends. So this is internet in 3D and in a collaborative way. So maybe you can tell me more about this. Oliver, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Antoine. Yeah, definitely. You can explore all of the passions you have in life in a 3D world and share it with other people or in your network or among the other end users you can meet inside the metaverse. And this relates to plenty of possibilities open for the people. You don't need to spend 24 hours a day behind the screen. This is not the purpose of it. The purpose is definitely help people spending, let's say, more than 15 minutes a day, let's say 1 hour maybe, or 1 hour and a half, but not the whole day in itself. But let's say 1 hour and a half is something which is not possible for the majority of people when you're using a headset, for instance, because of the headache it provokes. And the sensation of earthache or headache is a bit tricky for the headset builders. And we have experienced a lot of immersive VR glasses or headset experiences. And the majority of the people told us, okay, I will stop by now because I have a sensation of heartache and headache. I cannot spend more than 5 minutes or 10 minutes with it. So it's definitely a real problem for the metaverse this way. So that's why we've developed a full web technology, because it allows you, even if it's in a 3D dimensional space, you can spend more than 5 or 10 minutes behind the screen without having a heartache and a headache. And I won't say this is an innovation in itself, but this is something we can use to help people achieve small tasks on a daily basis. And definitely, people can, once they have achieved the 3 or 5 tasks, we advise them to reach out their target of, let's say, $10 a day, okay? Once you've finished, you can then interact with other people. You can promote services, you can talk to other people, you can chat with them, and why not, you can write a book inside the metaverse and put it in on sale through the marketplace. So it's very easy to generate business, both passive income and active income, because at least 100 of different tasks per day could be achieved very, very easily. So you can manage the wholesale process from the creation of your content up to the delivery of your content in the virtual world, as well as in the real world too. Why? Because let's say if you create a book, for instance, you're writing your book inside the metaverse, you put it in on a library and make it available for the people. You can sell it online in a virtual world, okay? And everybody can read your book in the virtual session of your metaverse. And by the way, if you wish also to receive it at home, you can have an access to a bounced system, which allows you to print that book and make it delivered until your home, simply by paying the delivering fee for it. So definitely, this is a beautiful bridge between your creation in a 3D world, like in a gaming session, we could say. And by the way, you can also generate this virtual product into a real product delivered at home. And this is exactly the type of internet which is entertaining and fun for the people, to have a great experience on it and to enjoy life because of it. And now you must understand that the most valuable thing in life, okay, in particular, it's not the money itself, or not the time itself, but the creativity you're putting behind it. And definitely, if you're exploring your creativity, you can generate a world in itself of possibilities, opportunities, and by the way, entertain yourself doing it. So this is a new era which is opening from now. And everybody must have in mind that the new epoch is opening where everybody in an unlimited world of possibilities can explore a great, great new era of creativity. And the technology is just here to serve the people's passions and ways of doing business, you see. And by the way, you can join these two worlds. You can both enjoy life and entertain yourself, exploring your passions. Some say, some would like sports, others would like paintings, writing books, recording movies, anything, you see. So this is a great opportunity for the very near future to entertain a new world of possibilities. All together, alone, in the groups, you know, the world is open, and now you can even yourself, why not play a gigantic monopoly by renting or buying properties on it, install businesses on it, sell all of the products and services you may like, and replicate it in many countries or many places you want. So you will understand that this new world is absolutely beautiful for the young generations who will build it and explore it. And we are very happy to, to participate on that great life experience with all of our end users.
Yes. Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you too.
So, yes. In Metaverse GT, you can create a lot of things. You can see on the screen that you can create, for example, a supermarket, and you can add inside a lot of products or services, of course. So today we can put on our engine 1 million of NFTs inside the screen and in a full 60 FPS. So this is really fast, and this is a link on the blockchain Polygon. And so yes, you can create, for example, a supermarket. So I would like to show you an example. Pew. So what you see is the engine, the 3D engine in real time. So when you type the URL, you are on this 3D world. And you can add a lot of products and services, and you can put inside this 3D world 1 million of products. And yes, you can use your wallet because we are linked on blockchain, but of course you can use, if you want, the traditional monies, for example, fiat like euros, dirham, etc. And it's possible to build your own experience. So if you want to build your own apartment and to put inside some objects, you can do it inside Metaverse GT. And what you see on the screen is Delivery GT. So yes, you can make an order and to choose to have the delivery at your home or with digital content. So there is two ways. If you want to buy something, you can buy it in digital content or in real content at your home. And this is the existence of Delivery GT. So yes, there is a big range of marketing possibilities and to generate revenue for you by shipping directly to Metaverse GT. Of course, we can integrate some clauses in 3D. Donc, maybe you can talk me more, Oliver, please, about the integration of brands inside Metaverse GT, please.
Yes, yes. Yeah, regarding the clothing, which is the biggest demand coming from the end users at the present time, 80% of the end users we've asked for which type of product would you like to order inside the Metaverse, and 80% of them answered, we'd like to customize our avatar, which means we'd like to buy some virtual clothes in order to, to become brilliant facing the others inside the Metaverse. So many people want to buy some T-shirts with the brand of Chanel on it, or, Gianfranco Ferré, or let's say, any type of brand, LVMH, or I don't know. And the business with brands is very simple. We will work mainly with agencies, corporate agencies and media agencies. And as well as they are managing the client projects, they are bringing to us the brands. And the model is super simple. Every time a reseller is using a property brand to put the logo on a T-shirt or in a jacket or anything, we will reverse our royalties to the brand. So it means that business is very powerful for brands because the job, the task to do at their side is very, very small. They just have to provide us a corporate and a legal logo, okay, a protected logo, and we just have to replicate this on the selected clothes they want to broadcast inside the Metaverse through resellers or through retailers of their choice. So definitely, they don't have to provide much work, okay, except providing a logo and signing an agreement with us. And then it will work by itself. It means the selected retailers or the selected resellers will promote their brands through their clothing creations, and the brands will receive royalties in return, as well as the end users and the resellers. If we have to figure it out in quick words, I should say, for every dollar spent on it, 20% of the revenues will go back as royalties for the brand, 30% will go back to Metaverse GT, and 50% will go back to the reseller. So it's a very simple business model based on efficiency in terms of sales and product promotions. So definitely, this model is applicable for every type of business you will create inside the Metaverse GT. Let's say, for instance, if you promote a service, you're selling this service $1,000, okay? 30% goes to Metaverse GT, and you get the 70% remaining. So it's very simple, and it encourages people to promote their services and products through the platform, definitely. I hope I have answered and described the service as well you wanted, Antoine. If you wish to continue, I can bring you back the mic.
Thank you, Oliver. Maybe we can start the Q&A, yeah?
Yes, thanks. So thank you for the very interesting Metaverse GT.
Thank you.
Can you have a round of applause for Olivier, Antoine? So we're gonna take a couple of questions before the break. And yeah, so any questions about Metaverse GT, about something that was said? Okay, we have a question right there. Micro.
Hello. I would like to thank you about your explanation about your amazing project, Metaverse GT. My question is, how do you check the client that has a store in the real life, in the real world, that match exactly the store in your Metaverse GT? Do you ask him to take some pictures or something like that? Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, maybe Oliver, you can answer to the discussion.
Yeah. Yes. What you've seen, for instance, in the supermarket session, if you do remember, you have plenty of products, okay? Some chewing gums, bottles, sodas, everything. So it's been digitalized thanks to our tools, it's been digitalized inside the platform, right? And when you mean taking photos, we haven't thought about it yet, but the tool we have inside the Metaverse GT engine will allow you to get a similar object, okay? And in the case you can use the tool, we will think about in the near future, let's say mid-2023, a system to where you can upload a photo and it can be digitalized by an artificial intelligence on behind, on the back office mode, I should say.
Yes.
So it's a very good question. And potentially the artificial intelligence will help you to customize the photo into a 3D object inside the Metaverse GT.
Yes, with the blockchain, it's possible to link the object and to do traceability. So yes, if you send an object to another one, if it's in virtual, this is very easy. But if this is a real object, you have, of course, to scan it and to put it on the blockchain and to do traceability and maybe with geolocalization. So yes, we have a lot of work with this subject. Yeah.
Thank you. So for the second question, we have here.
Hello. Thank you very much for the presentation, and it was very informative. I have a question regarding the value of the plots of land that people can buy, and how do you valorize the plots of land and put a price tag on each country and each region?
Yes, thank you for your question. I appreciate. So yes, you can buy some lands. You can buy a point of interest, and we are creating today a digital twin of the entire world. So yes, you can choose precise point on the map and to buy a little point of interest, and after you click on edit and you can join as the editor of Metaverse GT. And yes, inside you can do everything. So this is connected on the name is a marketplace, yes, and you can buy everything in digital, and you can put it in your apartment. So if I do it in France, in Paris, I can see my own point of interest, but of course in Morocco, I can zoom on the map because this is a digital twin, and I can find you. So I can click on your apartment, visit your apartment, and chat with you in real time. So we want to create a huge virtual world to connect every people on all the planet. This is a goal for us. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. So with that, thank you, Olivier, Antoine, for the great, I think, pioneering the word of the metaverse. So a round of applause. Thanks again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks. So with that, I want to link it up to we have a lunch break. So I know that a lot of you are very hungry. I'm hungry too. And we can, I just want to give instructions about the lunch break, which after we're going to have workshops. So I'm going to for the lunch break, you can follow the volunteers. It will take you to, I think there are stands outdoor where you can eat. For the workshops, there will be a total of 5 workshops. One will be here in the auditorium, and 4 of them will be happening simultaneously across the 4 of the rooms. I will read you the titles so you can know. And just as a heads up, the workshops, the places are limited for the rooms. So if you have an interesting subject, it's better to directly after lunch, after the keynote, it's better to go there beforehand. So first in, first out. For the workshop, there will be an AI for self-expression in the metaverse, which will be in Ibn Tufail. Again, you can ask the volunteers to take you to the specific rooms. There will be an augmented reality technology, a first step towards the democratization of the metaverse by Michel, and this will be in Fatima Al-Fihriya. So again, a room there. There will be a metaverse for a space application in Ibn Sina, and the future of events through the metaverse, Khawarizmi. And finally, there will be a how to make the metaverse attractive to the mass, which will be right here in the auditorium. So a total of 5, 4 classrooms, 4 rooms, and 1 in the auditorium. With that, thank you again, and go have lunch. Thanks. Hello. Once again, welcome back. Kliso, all good? Okay. So we're gonna resume our 3037 Metaverse Day. Thank you for all the people that attended the first phase. We're gonna have the second phase, and we have a very interesting, exciting guest. We have probably a lot of you listen to music, a lot of you have Spotify, and we want to link that and talk about music NFTs. So special guest, Kevin from co-founder and CEO of Pianity. Big round of applause.
Hello everyone. So for this talk, I wanted to make an introduction to Web3 and to take Pianity, so the platform I co-founded, as an example. The idea is to have something very practical so that you can get what was the thought process behind building Pianity, so that you can replicate it and maybe start your own project or your own company. So the first step before building anything on Web3 is to understand the technology. Sometimes I'm a bit, surprised by the fact that some people build on it and don't really understand even the philosophy behind it and why they are doing it. So what is really important first is to understand especially what Web3 brings to the table that didn't exist before. I really like this table. And I think, for example, the most important row is probably the first one, because it tells you that if you remember, like for Web 1 was basically, you put what you have in the physical world online, but you can't really interact with it. You can only read. You can't really, create content. For example, you can't post stuff. You can't interact with the website. Then Web 2 arrived, and on Web 2 you could start, writing content on it, and that's when all the social networks started, where you can create content, share it, reshare, whatever. And now we have Web 3, and the main difference between Web 3 and Web 2 is that you can, of course, read rights, but now you can also own. And it changes many things in terms of business, and especially it changes many things in terms of business model. And that's exactly what triggered the idea we had with Pianity. So NFTs, I touched a bit about it earlier today. NFTs are the first time that we can truly own digital content. In real life, we are used to own stuff. I own this T-shirt, I own my shoes, we own cars, we own whatever, and all the things we own are non-fungible. In the digital world, until today, what we owned was, MP3 file, PDF, JPEGs and stuff. But all the things you could, copy and paste it everywhere, so you were just owning a copy of something. And so that copy doesn't really have value. And that's why until today it was really hard for creators, such as, digital creatives, Web 3D, 3D designers, photographers, and musicians. It was really hard for them to make money from this because there was no scarcity. And so now that you understand the technology and you understand a bit what it unlocks, the next step is to find a problem to address. For Pianity, the problem was that the music industry is broken. And actually, most people don't really know about it. Actually, I didn't even know about it before, starting to research on it. And why is it broken? Not only the music industry is broken, but apparently the clicker as well. Yes. So most people, they thought that everything was going well because, things like the market is growing right now and it's growing with 2 digits per year. But you all heard that, I think the golden age for the music industry was in 2000, and then the internet started to be adopted and illegal downloading started to happen, And so with piracy, the market started to shrink because people preferred to download music than to buy CDs. And around 2010, it's when Spotify and all the other streaming platforms started to take off. And now they are really, really expanding and growing the market. So when you look at this graph, you think that everything is okay, like the market is growing, it's perfect, right? But if you look a little bit more at the numbers, you see that to make $1,000, 20 years ago, you needed to sell about 1,000 albums. So basically, you need 1,000 people to sell 1,000 albums. So if you sell a few thousand per month, you should be able to make a living, right? But actually today, you need to make at least 3 million streams as an artist to make a living. And to make 3 million streams, you need probably a few tens of thousands of people listening to your music, which is not the same. And so what happens right now is that 99% of the artists on streaming platform, 99% earn less than $1,000 per year, not even per month. So basically, out of 8 million of artists on Spotify, a few hundreds of thousands only are able to make a living. The other thing is the only data they have access to, is that number. Basically, if an artist go on his profile, on his dashboard, he can see like how many listeners he has and maybe which countries they are from, and that's it. He has no data about it. Even when you create your own newsletter, you have more data about who is reading you because at least you have their emails. Here, artists they have nothing, and it's not the only problem. So as fans, we of course can't own a track anymore. We can just stream online. We can't even show our support. Like if I have a friend who is an artist and I want to support him, before I would maybe buy his album. Today I can't. Maybe I can go to his concert, but that's it. And there is no social experience with the artist. Most artists use Instagram. You can basically only read what they do. You can't really interact with them. It's like a one-way relationship. And for the artists, they also have problems. So we've seen that they don't make money from track sales. And not only they don't make money, but when they make money, it takes between 3 and 6 months for them to get paid. And finally, same as for the collectors, they don't really have social experience with the fans. Like the only way for them to see their fans is to do like a gigs, to be live. But online, it's really hard for them to connect with their fans. So we've seen all these problems. And the one I told you, we started with this one, basically. We said, okay, there are many problems, but let's start with the most obvious one. Artists don't make money from streaming. And we thought about, so we saw this as an opportunity. And we thought, okay, how can NFTs help us solve this problem? So on the left, you have the business model of Spotify. So basically, the dotted line here is how much money us, as fans, we are willing to pay, to give to the artist. We are willing to spend. So not so many people are willing to pay a lot of money, or because they are real fan, or because they have wealth. And then you have a large number of people that are only willing to pay a small amount, right? And so what Spotify does is it captures about $10 per user per month. So a little amount of money for a lot of people. But all of this value here is not captured by the artist because it's not captured by Spotify. On the right, and I will show you what those means. Basically, on Pianity, we allow the artist to do 1 edition, 10 edition, 100, 1,000 edition of his music. And so basically, if it's very rare, of course, it's going to be very expensive. But if you make 1,000 edition or even 10,000, you will capture value from another type of people. And here you can capture values that stick to the demand curve, right? And what is interesting as well is that all these people, they are not left aside because on Pianity, you can listen to music for free. So the experience you have on Spotify by paying, you have it for free here, because the value capture here is enough to finance the whole system. So business model innovation, and then social innovation. On Pianity, you know who you sold your NFTs to. So you are able to say, I sold the 95 edition to Rufo, and I sold the 101 to Matthew Johnson, and you know the price. So there is also something of value to get from here, because we have all this link between artists and fans. I'm sorry, it's a bit difficult to switch the slides. Okay, and so the idea is that from this, you probably heard about the 1,000 true fans. On Pianity, we think you can make money with only 100 true fans. So basically on focusing on your super fans, so people that follow you through gigs, that usually like travel to see you, that are willing to support you to spend money. These people are the ones that you can focus on in order to make a living as an artist. And Web3 allows to identify these people, to connect with them, and to give them the experience and the content they need in order to you as an artist to be able to make money. And so now we have the problem, we have everything, we need to design the solution. For us, the innovation was not the streaming platform, it already existed, but Pianity is a streaming platform, so if you click on any of these songs, you're going to play it. And so that's the basics. On top of that, we built a music marketplace. And this is one of the innovations where basically you can buy music and you don't buy a copy like you could do before on Apple Music, for example. Now you buy the ownership of one of the songs. And finally, what you are building as well is a social platform. Because not only you will be able to buy, but you will be able to interact with the artist and to unlock a special experience with the artist. So as I described a little bit, on Pianity, an artist can decide to sell his music as a unique, legendary, epic, or rare. So it's like 1 edition, 10, 100, 1,000. And this is exactly what's allowing the artist to, tailor-made his experience to the fan base. So if I give you an example, let's say I'm Emilio Rojas, so I can release my music in all the editions I mentioned. So I can do 1, 10, 100, and 1,000. And then you're going to ask me, but what's the difference between the unique and the legendaries if you release both? The difference are the unlockables you can put inside of the music. So if I go, so for example, the unique one will have access. The person who owns the unique one will have access to a private Discord with the artist. We'll have access to backstage. We have a signed and number poster of the artwork, and we'll be able to sit in an audio session with the artist in Los Angeles. So that's what's behind the unique. And for the legendary only have those 3, and then the epic only have those 2, and finally this one only have the last one. And so it's interesting to see that the artist can really provide different kind of content to his followers, and as a fan, I can really decide how much money I want to spend, and also, what kind of experience I want to have. If I only want to chat with the artist, I can just get this one, and this one is probably gonna cost me $10. Whereas maybe to fly to LA and have all these other experiences, maybe I will need to pay, I don't know, 2,000-3,000, maybe more. And now I guess you understand better this thing, which is here is the LA studio, and here is the access to the Discord, and here is basically free listening to the music. So we target with Pianity 3 kind of audiences. The main target are the fans, because we think that in order to get to mass adoption, we need all the fans. And a fan of music is not necessarily a fan of crypto. So a fan of music doesn't necessarily have crypto. That's why on Pianity you can pay with credit card. A fan of music maybe doesn't have a wallet. That's why on Pianity you can, of course, use a normal wallet if you have one. But if you don't have one, we simplify the sign-up process so that we create a wallet for you. And you don't have to bother about this. And a fan is probably not interested in the speculative aspect of NFTs and probably only wants, to have all the experiences with the artist. Whereas the second persona, which are investors, investors, on the other hand, maybe don't really care about all the exclusive content. What they are interested in is make money. So they probably want to buy an NFT, like for 10 euros and sell it for 20 later. And so these people are very interested in something very different, which is very easy to build because an NFT by design is, a limited edition of something, and so is subject to, speculation. And finally, collectors or, donators even are people who are not interested in reselling their NFTs, but are more interested, in having this special bond with the music they collect, and they want maybe all the album of an artist. They maybe want some of them want all the edition number 25, etc. And they will try to collect all the NFTs of a specific artist, and they will do that because of their own wish to collect, or because they want to support the artist. And it's a way for them to, give money directly to the artist. And finally, once you, understand the technology, you found a problem, you found a solution, you started designing your platform. Finally, what you should do is to do better than the competition, and you should push the boundaries of what is possible with the technology. And one way we did that with Pianity is by releasing the mobile application. Actually, you can download it if you want to. There will be a surprise at the end for those who have it. So with Pianity, we developed a mobile app, not just for the purpose of just saying we have a mobile app, but because, as you know, music is in our pockets now. Like right now, when you listen to music, most of the time it's on your phone. And when you interact with people for all the social part, most of the time it's on your phone as well. So for us, it was very important to have this mobile application. And it has a lot of challenges because Web3 right now is more advanced on the computer than it is on a mobile application. And that's why with Pianity, we are not only focusing on our product, we are also helping, like the layer ones, to improve the interaction we make with the layer one, so that they become more user-friendly as well, and so that we can use them in a mobile application. Who here has an NFT? At least one NFT. Okay, we do have a few people. So you will have a gift at the end of the presentation, because I think you all deserve one. So on the mobile application, we have, of course, the ability to listen to music and unlimited access to any song. But the main improvement we have is, I was talking about the Discord before. Actually, we implemented our own Discord inside of the application so that any artist can create his own Discord. And what is interesting with that is you can, I think one of the most interesting feature of tokens and NFTs in particular are the fact that, okay, they are digital collectible, but they're also a key, like an access pass to something. And on Pianity, it's like an access pass, a membership card, to the artist community. And so on Pianity, you can use NFTs to access and enter the secret communities where each artist is its own moderator. So here, for example, on the left, it's all the channels. Here you see all the clubs are artist clubs, and I do have access to them because I have at least one NFT from all of these artists. And if I entered, for example, in Carl K Club, here, I arrive here and he has 2 channels, so he can make announcements. So basically, he can send me messages to me at any time. And he also has a private club where I can enter and chat with not only the artist, but all the other fans. So here, another example with Matt Sassari. If I go in his club, you see that the artists say, oh, I'm going to be on the 25th, I'm going to be in Marseille to play at the cabaret. And then all the fans reply, David probably lives in Paris, so that's why he say, oh, let me know when you're playing in Paris, I will come to see you. So that's the kind of interaction action you can have. We do it for music, you can do it for any kind of, clubs or fan base or whatever. We can imagine that for, of course, sports, but also all those kind of, areas where there are communities. So I'm done with the presentation, and I have a little surprise for you. So only a few people had an NFT. I suggest you to scan this QR code, and you will, all of you, I think there are only 300 NFTs available. So try to scan it, and when you scan it, you will get your first music NFT, I guess. If it doesn't work, you can come to see me later. I also have, if you can't manage to scan it because you're too far away, you can come and see me. I have a physical one as well. And you will experience the easy access, so basically you will see to get on board, you just need an email and password, and then you will get your NFT. And later this week, we'll have also Google Connect and MetaMask available on mobile as well. So thank you, everyone, and I will take questions if you have.
Yeah, so I just got a random epic edition of Matthew Saikali. Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's really great. Thank you. Thanks a lot. All right, so thank you, Kevin, for the talk. Very interesting. I do have a technical question. That's from my side, but I'll leave it until the end. We do have a lot of technical people, so don't hesitate to ask about the technology, the languages, the frameworks. Mentioned, L1s, L2s. So we're gonna start taking question. Any question at all? Yes.
First of all, thanks for the Metaverse supports all these events. And thanks for 1337. And thanks for 1337. Yeah, to bring us here. The thing that I want to say, if I buy an asset on your app, do I can transfer to another wallet outside your app and set it in another marketplaces, or I'm gonna be surrounded by your marketplace? So.
Yes, that's a good question. So it's a good question because right now you won't be able to export it, for example, on another blockchain. It's something we are working on right now in order, because you need interaction, you need bridges with other blockchains and other layer 2. So it depends on which wallet. But to give you an example, later this week we're going to integrate MetaMask, which we didn't have until today. So for example, you will be able to use your MetaMask wallet to use Pianity, because Pianity is on Arweave. If you don't know Arweave, it's a very interesting blockchain that allow you to store content. So all the NFTs we have, and especially the metadata, so the music itself. On Pianity, it's not metadata, it's stored directly inside of the transaction that minted the NFT, and not somewhere else. And so we decided to use Arweave, which is not Ethereum, and which is not an EVM. And so it took us some time, but next week you're able to use MetaMask on Pianity. You won't be able to export the NFT you already bought on Pianity to MetaMask yet, and it's something that will come later.
And another question: does that gonna affect your, your projects, like in a bad way? Because people gonna bring the assets out, and is that not gonna affect you like badly?
It's a good question, and it's a topic that OpenSea is tackling as well, because the only reason why we don't want the NFT to leave Pianity is because when you resell the music you bought, there is a portion of the fees that go, a large portion actually, that goes back to the artist. so that the artist continues to get money if his NFT appreciates in value and if his NFT is resold. And the thing that could happen is like we could have another marketplace that try to bypass those fees, you know, and to bypass the artist basically. And so in the future, when you will be able to trade the NFT on other marketplace, Pianity's NFT, I mean, we will only do it with partners, you know, that agree to redistribute the fee to the artist. Because what we are fighting for is to make music matter, as you've seen, and to get the artist paid as well.
Thank you. So we'll take one more question.
Hi, Mr. Kevin. Thank you very much for the presentation. Actually, I have two questions, if I might.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, they are actually, the first one is technical. As we saw through the examples, your example and the example of the Metaverse GTA and other examples, they are more into the economics, okay? Buying and selling NFTs and stuff. But I'm more into like using them as credentials, like for certifying someone with a Fujicel. I want to know your point of view into this one aspect, like in the educational and credential parts.
So when you say credential, is it like to have access to something, or like to prove that you did something in the past?
To prove.
To prove. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually, you can do both, of course, with the NFT, and we are really into this. For example, we are partnering with festivals that will use NFTs in the end to prove that they were at other festivals before, so that they have access to this one. You know, so you use like POAP, so proof of attendance, as NFT, in order to get special accesses to some festival, and maybe, you know, like VIP access or unlock special like treatments for the next festival you go to. So yeah, we are really working on this. We think that some NFTs should have value because they are like pieces of art and stuff. And some, it doesn't matter if they don't have value because they are just like certificates that you did something in the past, or that you are, you know, like you attended some event, etc. So we are really like working on this kind of thing. And we are really working on, you know, like ticketing and stuff. So in the app, soon you will be able to scan someone and know, you know, if he has the credentials to, you know, like unlock some special things.
So I have a question, and we don't have time.
Just one question.
Okay, you can go ahead if it's fast.
Hi, I just want to ask for the technology and the stack you use to build your DApp.
So my question.
It's a question. And why would I choose your DApp? It's actually your DApp over Spotify. The added value.
You don't have to choose between Spotify and us. You can use both. That's the first thing. The second one is on Spotify, you don't have these experiences you can unlock with the artist, basically. So it's more about you know, like what you are willing to do with the artist than just functionalities on the app itself. And by the way, if you have more questions, because I think there are many questions, I'm doing a workshop later on, you know, like how to build during the bear market, and we can get very technical as well during this workshop.
Technology.
So okay, so I'll take that. I was gonna ask that. So you mentioned you're building on top of Artweave, which is a storage solution more than basically finality and stuff like that. You also mentioned there will be MetaMask, so I assume it's going to be either Ethereum or an L2. Any plans to disclose in which L1 or L2 are you planning to build on your finality, beside the Arweave to store metadata for the transactions?
So we are not going to be building on any other blockchain. We are going to be compatible with them. So that's the idea. You will be able to transfer your NFTs there. So basically to bridge them probably. But we are really, really happy with Arweave. And the way I picture Arweave in my head, you know, is, you know, like when you have your computer, you have a CPU, and then you have the RAM or you have the hard drive. So you have basically computing power on one side, and on the other you have memory. And usually you like both compete. So or you choose to optimize for computing power, or you choose to optimize for memory, because one is cheaper than the other, or maybe like you have some special, you know, like constraints that make you want to optimize for one or for the other. Ethereum, for example, to me is like a CPU. So it's basically it's processing smart contracts, it's processing transactions, whereas Arweave is more like memory, so you can store anything. And basically, if you have no limit in terms of storage, you don't need so much of a CPU, right? Because you can store any step of your computation, and you have a lot of cache. And so on Arweave, you can build like really scalable solution just because you have a lot of storage available. And for Pianity, we are actually not looking to like move to another blockchain or whatever because we are really happy on Arweave.
That's really good. A follow-up question. For your metadata, is there a standard you guys are following, or is it your own for the NFT standard itself? Are you, for example, because there was a question about cross-chain compatibility. If you want to take that into another NFT marketplace, you have to adhere to their data structure and stuff like that. Is it you guys invented the standard for the metadata or are following one?
So we arrived very early on Arweave, and there was no standard for NFTs and stuff. It was the very beginning of those standards. And so what we did was we tried to replicate, the ERC 1155 from Ethereum and do it on Arweave. And now the whole community is behind us, and we are actually agreeing on the standard for Arweave as well, that we will be very close to ERC 1155. I think it's very important when you do Web3 to not build on your own, but try to build as a community, because, and we've seen it from the questions, what is very important is interoperability. And if you are building just exceptions with like special smart contracts that no one knows how to use, you will never be able to interact with other projects. And like the power comes from interaction with other projects, and like with the metaverse and stuff.
Thank you. That's a really good answer, Kevin. Ladies and gentlemen, if we
Thank
can
you,
have a round of applause. You will be having a workshop, so I will be. Thank you, and I'll be presenting to you the workshops, and one of them, I guess, Kevin will be on the second phase. So for the first phase of the workshops, just to let you know again that the places are limited per workshop. There will be 5 simultaneous workshops. One of them will be here, 4 of them will be in different rooms. So I'm gonna say to the topics, and you can choose and ask the volunteers to guide you to the specific workshops. Some workshops will be, for example, in Arabic, French, English. It will be more interactive. You'll get more chances to ask questions and maybe even like code something. So there is an AI for self-expression in the metaverse by Yassine Tahi, which will be in Ibn Tufail. There is augmented reality technology, a first step towards the democratization of the metaverse by Michel Ruiz, which will be in Fatima al-Fihriya. There is the metaverse for a space application will be in Ibn Sina. And the future of events through the metaverse will be by Khawarizmi, in Khawarizmi. And how to make the metaverse attractive to the mass, you can stay here. The Metaverse GT team will be presenting it. So I will see you in 1 hour. Please, if either stay here or ask the volunteers to guide you to the room. Thank you.
Maybe there should be a volunteer. There is one. Two on top. Two. Yeah, I'll show you one. Then you can. I don't know. There should be someone here. Okay, it's fine. What happened?
Test. Test. Okay, hello. Just before we start, إلا قدرنا نزيدوا شوية لقدام, if possible. الدراري اللي بغيتو تزيدوا شويه لقدام. اوكي.
Normalement, si vous voulez une séance full interaction, c'est possible.
Ce serait mieux.
C'est possible, il y aura un micro. Je peux.
Okay, so hello again. So for this workshop, there's going to be introduction of the Metaverse to the masses. We're taking Metaverse to the masses, presented by the Metaverse GT team. And it's going to be a full interactive session. So questions, anything at all you want for the speakers. This is a workshop, even though it's presented there. So feel free to ask anything. And yeah, have fun. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hello everybody. Now Antoine gonna talk about how to make Metaverse more attractive to people. So you can start. Let's go.
Okay, so welcome for this workshop, and I'm just waiting for the screen, the presentation, the PowerPoint. I would like to introduce many functionalities of Metaverse GT. And yes, I want to talk with you. So please feel free, sorry for my English, be free to interact with me and my friend. So yes, I would like to show you on the screen yes. Okay. So in Metaverse GT, it's possible to create your own house and your own apartment. And for example, on this screen, you can see 2 arcade machines. So when you create your own metaverse, you have to choose the place. So at the beginning, you have a big map. And you know, when I was speaking this morning, I speak about so a big map, and this is linked on the real world. So we create a digital twin. So when I started to build my own house in Paris, for example, in a specific street, yes, it's possible on it to build your house and to put a lot of assets inside. So for example, you can put tables, chairs, of course NFT paintings, arcade machine, or anything else. And I would like to show another screen. So for example, okay, it's after. Yes. So for example, in your own apartment, you can put a little cat or, for example, a dog. And this is a digital cat, of course. This is a virtual animal. And you can buy for him, for example, a kibble dispenser, a cat tree, a cat necklace. And you can see, for example, the price. So, for example, to buy the cat tree, this is 22 Matic. Okay. So I would like to ask you the first question. Do you know the blockchain? Do you know the currency? For example, Matic. This is the currency for blockchain, Polygon blockchain. So do you have a question about this part? My first question is, do you want to build your own metaverse? This is my question. So in your heart, do you feel the desire to build this kind of experience? So yes, you can take the microphone and
Thanks for the presentation. First of all, I don't think that I have the envy to build the metaverse, because it takes a lot of work, not a one-man job, and there are lots of metaverses, and I think it's a race between metaverses, because for metaverse to succeed, it needs mass adoption.
Yeah.
It can be just me and my own metaverse and doing whatever I want in it without anyone else sharing it. So I think it's not realistic for me to do it alone, or even to start right now, perhaps in the future, but building on top of a metaverse, that might be exciting, and but I have to choose a good metaverse, a metaverse that's already adopted, or has a lot of potential. So it's a tricky thing to do, especially now, because there are lots of metaverses, and you can't really determine which metaverse is going to succeed. So that's it. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
interesting. Yeah. So yes, that's why we want to invite a lot of people to do businesses inside MetaRGT. We want to let you win money with our technology. For example, when you buy this cat, for example, you will buy it, for example, 2 Matics, and there is a level of rarity, you know. That's so, for example, this cat you see on the screen is maybe in limited edition. So for example, we can imagine this specific race of cats with, for example, 100 of items available on the marketplace. So yes, maybe you can buy it for 2 matics and resell it, for example, next month, next year, etc. So maybe we can talk together about programming, about technology. And you can see here my friend, but this is one collaborator in MetaRGT. In our team, there is no, management with verticality. This is management with horizontality. So yes, I'm the CEO, but we are a family, we are like friends in our company. That's why I would like to introduce my friend and my collaborator. This is Shiab. And can you tell me on what you are working today? For example, the text editor.
I'm working on editor text where you can write your own book, and you can download it and buy it or doing what you want.
Tu peux parler de l'ambiance du travail et puis aussi à quoi ça va servir ces livres. Ils peuvent être transformés en NFT.
And all this book we can switch it to NFTs. Okay, and I think it's this functionality and another functionality is gonna be more helpful to make our real life in Metaverse. Understand?
Okay. So, for example, you can write a book, and on this book you can choose as a title, for example, top 5 marketing tool for a better future. I don't know. So you have to choose a tool, a title. Sorry, you have to choose a title, and after on your book you can insert a lot of images, videos, etc. And when you finish your book, you can transform it as a NFT. So you can do business with this kind of NFTs because you write your book inside MetaRGT. So there is a text editor, you write your book, and after you transform it as a NFT. And after, yes, you can sell it.
Yes, you can sell it.
So with the blockchain technology, you are owner of all your virtual assets. So you can sell it, you can share your book. For example, when I go today on Amazon, when I buy, for example, an ebook, you cannot do everything. It's not possible to sell it again after. So what we want in MetaRGT is to create a lot of utilities for the better user experience. Because user experience for us is very, very important. We want to let you do business operation, to do meeting, for example, personal meeting or professional meeting. Inside MetaRGT, you can do 14 utilities part. So yes, this is the economic model. The economic model is based on the user. So you can build everything you want. And of course, we take a commission, the same commission as, for example, Apple. When you sell a book, for example, or e-learning
comment on dit, une formation e-learning.
E-learning information, e-learning courses.
Yes. For example, for e-learning courses, if you sell your course $100, for example, you get $70 for you and 30 for the platform. So this is 40% for us, and of course the rest is for you. So this is the economic model. We want to create a lot of jobs everywhere in all countries and digital jobs. That's what we want. Do you have some other questions about maybe business or yes?
Actually, I have a technical question. Like the marketplace that you own, on what blockchain it's built, and what cost fee is gonna affect a lot the, the sellers and the buyers, and what gonna make the buyers come to your platform and buy stuff, like your project need to have several projects related to it to add a value, so I can trust your project and invest on it, and yeah, that's it for now. Let me think.
Okay. So yes, we've got multiple blockchains. Of course, we really love today Polygon blockchain, and we use a lot of Matic transaction. But we plan to do a partnership with a famous API, and it's called Fireblocks. So Fireblocks at the future can become our next partnership. So Fireblocks is a multi-blockchain platform, and today we are linked on Polygon, but at the future we want to be multi-currency, multi-blockchain, and multi-fiat payment. This is good for the answer. I don't know if it's complete or not. Yes, it is? Okay, thank you.
I've got another question about the book. So I don't know much about Polygon, but I know a little bit about Ethereum. For sizable files, there is storage is expensive. So how do you manage to store sizable files like books or big graphical things like houses in the blockchain, or do you use another solution? If so, which solution are you using? Thanks.
Yes. Today, it's not possible to put inside the NFT, to put content inside. This is not possible. Today, you've got NFT, and this is linked with IPFS content. So IPFS content, what is it? It's a simple URL link. So there is the NFT, and in the other side, you have the content. I hope a day we can merge the two things together. Yeah. So what we do with our Metaverse technology, we are we use our own servers, and we put on Metaverse GT servers all the content, and we link it with NFT. This is only the solution today. But yes, we really need integrated NFTs. So yes, when you write your book, you write it, you put all the content. It's generating, for example, a PDF file, and we stock it. Yes, we store this file on our servers, And after, we build with, for example, Polygon technology, the NFT in the other side here. Please wait the microphone. Thank you. Yes.
But if you're storing it in the server, in your server, does that make it socialized? For example, you can change the metadata. And
yes. But
that's fundamentally against the
yes,
decentralization.
I know. But today, all NFTs are working like this. For example, today, when you are on OpenSea, for example, you can see sometimes NFTs that not working. So the NFT is still working, but the IPFS server is down. So this is very rare, but sometimes it happens. So this is crazy, but today NFTs are not linked with digital content. So maybe you can be the future inventor of this technology, but today, yes, this is totally separate. This is very strange, but this is like this. So yes, that's why we are using very strong servers like AWS or sometimes Google servers, and of course our own servers with 40 gigabytes speed, so this is very quick. And there is a problem if we want to mix together because blockchain technology is very slow. When I say it's slow, this is a peer-to-peer technology, so the information is shared between all the users, and when you call digital content, this is very, very slow. So if you want, for example, to load avatar, you've got the 3D file of this avatar, and you have to ask for the 3D model on all the peer-to-peer network. So this is very, very slow. So today, this is not possible to link together for performance reason.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So you are all developers in the audience? Yes? You have a question? Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for this workshop.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So I want to ask you, I want to go back again to the main topic of this workshop, which is to make the metaverse attractive to the mass. So I want to talk about the company Meta and its metaverse. So we know that Metaverse has spent billions and billions of dollars on the metaverse, and it was kind of a flop. It just didn't work, and most people did not care. What do you think is the mistake that Meta did exactly? How can we fix it, and how can we get people to actually care about the metaverse and use it? I'm talking about regular people, like normal people.
Thank you so much. This is a very good question. Yes, because Meta spent today 70 billions of dollars inside their technology. And for what? You see all the videos. We can see Mark Zuckerberg doing ice cream games, fighting with ice cream.
الفروسية الفراسة ديال السيف واللعيبات.
When you fight with une épée, a sword, yes, okay. So 70 billions for that, or for avatar with no legs. This is totally crazy. So yes, I don't want to speak about Meta because this is one of my competitors, but yes, today people want utility. So I don't think that Meta want to offer some jobs to earn money, etc. because at the past they want to create their own cryptocurrency with Libra, yeah, you remember? And it was not a success. But yes, we want to give a lot of utilities for people. Just doing gamification and to go in a virtual world just for chatting together, I think this is not the main functionality of the metaverse. Because we can do it with Facebook, and we can do it with WhatsApp, etc., or Snapchat. So we need to be really attractive. And today we are the only metaverse in the world that are developing 14 very strong utilities for people from all the world. And yes, we want to build more. And maybe I can show to you again on the screen. So for example, in utilities to make the metaverse more interactive, of course pets, but pets, this is a gadget. But what we want to do with Metaverse GT is, for example, dating, but professional dating and personal dating. Donc so, okay. I will show you what we can do to do more attractive. Okay, no, it's before, sorry. So for example, there is a delivery services, for example, in Metaverse GT. So I don't know if I can see the video. I have to go back. Yes. Okay. So yes, today there is 14. For example, inside Metaverse GT, you can do e-learning. You can do delivery GT. So with delivery GT, for example, you can make an order, and you choose what you want to order, and someone who is near from you can send to you the delivery. So you can imagine you can build a little stock with, for example, bottles of Coca-Cola in your home, bread, for example, a bottle of waters, etc., etc. And as you can see on the screen, you receive a pop-up with alert, and you go in your living room and you take the good products, and you can do as a Deliveroo or Uber, you can do delivery and get money from the
service.
Yeah. So every people can be a deliverer. Tout le monde peut devenir livreur.
Un livreur. Tout le monde peut être un livreur.
In French. Okay. So there is 14. So there is dating GT, delivery GT. When you want to do e-learning, for example, this is I don't remember pour la formation.
Courses.
Ouais,
e-learning courses.
Yeah. So we want to build a lot of utilities inside the Metaverse GT. Yes, I know. I hope I answer to your question. And sorry for my bad English. Do you have some questions?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm really glad to be here to hear from you. It's a really pleasure.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for your time. I do really appreciate it.
Thank you.
My question, or actually the thing that I'm curious about, is what you said this morning. Is we can access your metaverse only by using the browser, which is sounds really unusual, and by itself it's making life easier for a simple customer. I don't need some special tools or something to be there, you know. This is really fancy. How? This is my question.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, this is a very good question. Yes, because today this is not possible to do 3D on a web browser. Because, you know, in a web browser, this is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, etc., etc. But there is two main technology which allow this today. This is WebGL2 and a new technology that we use today, and this is very, very recent technology, and this is WebGPU. And today, for example, there is only 30 people in the world that can use that technology to develop our metaverse. Our engine, yes. And for example, we have two developers in our team that who can develop it. So yes, this is a new kind of frameworks, and today we can use graphic cards and use it to do 3D on the internet. So, for example, there is Bruno Simon. This is a famous French developer, and he has created a web course online to learn, for example, 3GS. So THREE.GS, and there is online courses on Babylon.js. So these two kinds of frameworks can allow you to build 3D experience. But these 3D experience are very simple. You can create, for example, a duck bouncing, for example, on the ground. You can make a website in 3D with some 3D elements. But what we do is to put this kind of technology out of level. So today we spend a lot of time with our team to try to use the graphic card at its full potential. So yes, we are inventing something that today is not existing. Yes, so this is very new, and this is very complicated. But today with our tools,
we try to make it easy.
Yes, we try to make it easy, and to adapt this tool to be easy for our developers. So, for example, here is my friend, and this is the first employee that I hire from Casablanca. And I have a lot of ideas to maybe imagine some partnership, because today you are all developers in the audience. And yes, maybe sometime someone from the audience want to do 3D. So I will enjoy to hire maybe a day people from your school. It could be wonderful, yes. It's okay for the answer? And sorry for using English. Oh.
Okay, so to start, I'm like everyone here, I'm very grateful for the effort was made to create such a great event. So to make my point, I just want to clarify that at the end of the day, we are only human beings. So as human being, our nature, it's very hard to accept revolutionary ideas such as the metaverse. So let's take, for example, like smartphones. In the 90s, smartphone was just a myth. Now look at us, we made it. Everyone on the planet has a smartphone in his pocket. It's an object, it's a real object, we can use it. So my point is, the metaverse will be within the reach of everyone in the planet or just the top 5%?
Thank you. Yes, very interesting. Yeah. This is for everyone. Everyone, because of course you need a device. You need a smartphone, you need a laptop, you need glasses, because we are, our metaverse, you can go inside with headsets, virtual VR headsets. Yes, this is very interesting because we want to offer this metaverse for all people from all the world, and we want to offer to them jobs. We want people to earn money with Metaverse GT. This is very, very important for us because this is a chance. This is a chance. Sorry. For each people, for example, in poor country, to create value. This is very, very important. When you're creating value and digital value, after you can earn money and you can give this money to your family, your children, etc. So we need to build this circular economy. And this is how we want to build this attraction and to be an attractive metaverse. Because when you can buy food for your family, this is the first, the main step to enter and to go to the mass adoption, I think. But this is my vision. But I think this way, because with some other competitors, with other metaverse, they want to give gamification to be the mass adoption. I don't think so. It could be a great entry point to enter the metaverse. We want to give all the best for people today. I don't know if it's a good answer for you. Maybe you can complete.
Yeah, it's good. So, so will the metaverse take under consideration like all the classes? I mean, like poor people, middle class, working class, rich class, or just the rich class? I mean, like top 5%.
Yeah.
Because like you need to buy glasses, it's take money. I mean, like, yeah, we need 5Gs. You know?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. That's my question, and I hope you are. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Of course, we need device. So, if someone don't have any device, it's a problem. But when you see very, very poor countries, for example, some countries in South Africa or Middle Africa, the smartphone is really developed. Of course, this is not the last iPhone, but with Metaverse GT, it's possible to go in a 3D space, but with all technology. So today, approximately 5 years old devices can run Metaverse GT. That's what we want, because this is using only a web browser. So yes, of course there is 3D, but today on old smartphone there is souvent, usually there is usually graphic chip inside. So we want to give this Metaverse GT experience from people from age, for example, 7 or 8 years, I don't know, so for young people to old people. And we want to give this metaverse to communicate each other. For example, we can imagine, une maison de retraite. This is a place where you put old people for medical reasons, etc. In France, the name is maison de retraite. Yes. For example, we can imagine virtual maison de retraite. And in this place, you can see your grandmother or your grandfather, and to communicate and to play some game, for example, cards game, etc. So we want to use technology to create a link. Because today, for example, young people don't have sometimes this link with old people. So this is a problem. But we want to use the Metaverse GT not as the main solution. We don't want to leave the real life to go in the virtual life. We want to use the better of technology to go inside Metaverse GT, so to create after a link in the real life. For example, with Dating GT, you can see, for example, your neighbor, for example, you are a boy and you see a girl approximately 50 meters from you, and you can see it in the metaverse. You can go in his virtual house to chat with her. And what is the goal? To meet after in the real life and to create something. So yes, we want in this side, but not in the other side. And today I don't want to name our competitor company, but today there is a company who want to do the opposite of our vision. They want to live the real life to go with headset and VR. I don't think it's the future. I think the future is to cancel racism, for example. I think the future is to chat together with many languages and many cultures, etc., and to fight against war. To fight against war.
That's a good one. Antoine. Alors, Antoine,
yes.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so I think we got off the time for us. I think that would be the end. It's a really good quote to be at the end. And I thank you for the workshop. I'm pretty sure a lot of people enjoyed it. Hopefully you had good interactions as well. I was able to attend some couple of minutes out of it. So guys, there will still be a workshop here presented by Kevin. But first of all, again, thanks to the Metaverse GC team for being with us there.
Thank you.
Round for applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So, we will have. Okay, so this is the first phase of the workshops. I'm gonna tell you the second phase of the workshops. We will be having building in beer market here, right here by Kevin. And we will be having Web3 identity in next generation blockchains. That will be me in the Ibn Sina. Manifesto of Anti-Gravity, a new way to build experiences by Quentin. Blockchain in Khawarizmi. Blockchain integrations by Adrian, Fatima Fihriya. And the jump from being a software engineer student to a professional software engineer by Usama in Ibn Tufail. So you can stay here, so you can attend Kevin's talk. Okay, so there will be a talk here. For people leaving, there is still a talk here, building in beer market by Kevin. He's coming. So.
تيجي كيفن وعطيه عشان خصني نمشي للتوك ديالو.
هذا تاع كيفن وهذا تاع لوتونس. اوكي. كاين في الروم هنا؟ كيفن ثانكس. فين لو كليكر ما عندكش؟
Okay. And your presentation on the screen here, up down, and share on the big screen. Okay.
Perfect.
Just we are waiting for the moderator.
Oh, we have a moderator. Perfect.
Yeah.
So hello again, everyone. You can come closer if you want to, because I feel alone, very far away. So for this workshop on how to build in the bear market, I wanted to make it very interactive. So if at any time you have any question, raise the hand, and I think we'll give you the mic so that you can ask. And the goal is to give you the keys, or at least the good practices we try to use at Pianity to be able to build fast, and to build fast enough, because the Web3 is going really, really fast actually. So I'm going to start with a little background. I'm actually an alumni from 42 in Paris. I did it in 2014, so it's almost 10 years now. it gave me the tools to understand Web3, I think. You know, a lot of, I don't know, like who here already coded a smart contract? Or who here already used one? Maybe not coded it, but who already used one? Okay. And who is afraid of smart contracts? Because, yeah, you shouldn't be. If you start using them, you will see that it's quite easy, probably easier than most of the projects you have here at 1337. So don't hesitate to look into it. A smart contract is just a bunch of functions, and that's it. And so yeah, I did 42 in 2014. I was also doing my PhD in mathematics at the same time. So it gave me really like a global understanding of tech and of data as well in general. And I was also the founder of the Entrepreneurship Association of 42, which is called 42 Entrepreneurs. And I also co-founded Hook, that maybe some of you heard about. And you're all actually welcome to go on the website. Hook is an accelerator that help and invest only in startup from 42 networks. So you are all welcome to look at the website and to send us an email if you are interested or if you want feedback on your project. And in 2021, so last year, in March, that's when I actually started Pianity. And I started not during the bear market of NFTs, but during the bear market of music, actually. So we were in March, and I think it was the same here as in France, but in France, in March it was not lockdown, but you couldn't go out in the street after like 11 or 10 p.m. And of course, all the venues were closed. No musicians could do like a concert or whatever. And actually, most musicians, they rely on their gigs to make money and not on the internet. So most musicians were in deep shit, actually, because they couldn't pay their rent. And one of my best friends is actually an electronic music producer. So at the time, I was not looking to start a company. I was completely focused on Hook. And my friend Simon, who is a musician, I was with him and he was playing his music. So electronic make me listen to his track. And I had an idea for him. I told him, you should maybe, store your music on the blockchain. And I had this idea because for a few years I've been interested in Arweave. So I talked about it before. Arweave is a blockchain that allows you to store data permanently. And I thought it would be a good idea for him as a project to store his music on Arweave because, when you're an artist, what you want is your art to outlive you in the end. You want your art to be forever there. And I thought it would be cool for him to have his music forever stored on the blockchain. And I saw in his eyes that he was interested. And then I was like, okay, I'm a bit lazy. I don't want to code that for him, So he was really interested, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't have told him. But I saw him again the next day, and he told me a bit more about the music industry, and in particular about his other friends that were musicians and that were also like struggling during this period. And that's where we got to the idea of Pianity as it is today, because it's not only about storing on the blockchain, because if we were to do only something that you want to, an artist can store on the blockchain, then the artist would be the client and the artist would have to pay for the storage and for the service. And I found out basically that artists don't have money, so it would be completely stupid to make them pay for something else. And so instead of making pay for something, we tried to find something that could make them earn more money. And maybe you heard about Sorare. So Sorare is like a fantasy football NFT game. And very famous in France because it's a French company. And so we took Sorare as an inspiration for Pianity. And instead of having, football clubs mint NFTs, we decided to have basically artists mint their own NFTs. And so that's how it started. And I will tell you a bit more next how everything happened after, after the ID part, because I don't think the ID is the most important. What is the most important is execution after. So we have a lot of people coming in. So for the people just joining, we are talking about how to build in the bear market. And the main message I wanted to tell you is you are lucky because I think most of you, if not all of you, are developers, so you know how to code. And so basically, you can rely on yourself to experiment and to already start building. And that's really an advice I'm giving you, no matter if you have an idea or not, who is already building, let's say, like a startup or a company here? And who is willing to build a startup or a company? Okay. And who is willing to join like a Web3 company later? So everyone else, what do you want to do? Join a Web2 company? Join Meta, maybe? So yeah, no matter what, if you want to build your own business, if you want to join a company, I think starting to experiment right now and starting playing around with smart contracts and stuff is probably the best advice you can follow. Because first, you will see that it's not that difficult. Second, you will really know what you're talking about, and it goes really fast, to really understand what is blockchain, and you only need a few months. And finally, maybe along the way, you will get an idea and you will execute it, and it will be a successful startup. So no matter what, my advice is, go online, go on one blockchain, whatever it is, look at their, documentation, go on the Start Here page and start implementing your first, Hello World contract. Then, once you started, understanding a bit Web3, it's time to build a team, and that's the second most important part after, knowing what you're talking about. The team, from my experience in Web3, you need one more person as a co-founder than what you would need in Web2. In Web2, you can have, only one developer and maybe one business guy or whatever, so two co-founders. I think in Web3, you need a +1 at some point, and because the Web3 part is very first important, and second, it's like an added piece of work on your schedule. It's the same, when you build a hardware company, usually you have more people because you need someone taking care of the hardware and then the software, and then you need maybe someone selling or whatever. So that's the first advice. For example, at Pianity, I was coding the smart contract during the first 2 months, and then we hired someone. But I was doing the smart contracts. We had a back-end developer, we had a front-end developer, and we had so my co-founder with the musician. So we were four people at the very beginning of the project, and it was still a lot of work for 4 people. So yeah, what I would recommend is 1% focused on the Web3 part, because coding is not the most important part on Web3. It's more about keeping updated, looking at the other projects of the ecosystem, looking what everyone else is doing. It's very important because you don't want to reinvent the wheel, and you want to keep good relationship with all the projects of the ecosystem you're building on, so that you can basically, build the layer together. At Pianity, we are really collaborating with the blockchain, so with Arweave and the other project, and so we have helped and coded for the ecosystem as well, and not only for Pianity. For example, we actually finished developing an integration with MetaMask, and so we are just waiting for MetaMask to put it in production. It's going to probably happen in Q1. And in the meantime, we built like not a wallet, because the extension is like an Arweave wallet for MetaMask. And in the meantime, we also built a small integration that just generate an Arweave key from your MetaMask key. And all of that, we did it for the ecosystem. And we are also collaborating with a team building the smart contract to help them scale the smart contracts as well. So it's very important to keep a good relationship, and so it's a full-time job. And then, of course, front-end, back-end developer. The back-end developer will have more work because he will have to integrate with a database, but he will also have to integrate the API with the blockchain. So it's a little bit more work as well. Any questions so far? On the ID, on the team? Yeah? We have one.
Technically, I want to know that you had projects when you started developing it and make your team and stuff. The hardest part out of that is the marketing part. Like when you finish your project and it's ready to launch, what the techniques that you used to promote your project and make people attractive to it, like what are you doing right now? You're really marketing it, like you're joining events like this, or what kind of promotion you use?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Or you can keep the slides. I don't know, like if you remove them, you can keep them because I have more slides. So it's a really good question. At Pianity, we started with, so we were really into the Arweave ecosystem because and I will talk about it later, we started with an hackathon on Arweave as well. And so we are really connected with the ecosystem. And we decided to, when we launched, we decided to target. So when we launched Pianity, we actually had you could only pay with credit card. You couldn't pay with crypto, which is a bit paradoxical for a blockchain project, because we wanted to advertise the project to our friends. So mainly we were targeting our friends at the very beginning, and it was mainly our friends bidding on the first auctions. And then we started expanding. But we never, for example, one thing we never used is paid marketing. We never, for example, we never did any ads until today. And so what we rely on is word of mouth. So there are maybe like 2 or 3 things. The first one is word of mouth, because if you like Pianity, you will talk about it to a friend. And so we have a referral program on the website and stuff. So we have many people that invited more than 100 people on the platform, and even some people invited like 1,000 or something like this. And actually, when we had the most virality and the most people joining was when we had actually people inviting a lot of people. So yeah, word of mouth is really important. Second, we have an advantage on Pianity, which is one side of the marketplace are influencers. It's like musicians. And most of them have followers on Instagram, have, like they go to concerts and stuff. So they have people following them already. And so they are bringing people on the platform as well. And I forgot the last one. Oh yeah, and the last one is basically your brand image, the brand awareness of your platform. And that's something that takes time. But going to events like this one, I do it quite often, and it gets you new users on the platform. And the most important of all is the brand awareness, because if someone sees you once and then twice and then he sees an article, at some point he's gonna join. It's the same as advertisement. I mean, if you see advertisement even on TV or whatever, if you see it once, twice, even if you don't care about it and you skip it, when it's time to, like buy a music NFT or whatever, you will remember the name of the brand, and that is really important. And that's why actually we are called Pianity, which is a world that doesn't exist. And we have the .com because the brand is really important to us, and we want to have like a monopoly on the name. Does it answer your question? Yeah. Other questions?
Actually, I want advice if you can. Like, if I have an NFT project, how can I market it? Like, except of Twitter and Instagram these days, it works also. Like another tricks or some suggestion from you, like an expert.
Yeah. Some things that work really well in Web3. So, for example, Pianity, we have our own token, which is called the PIA. And our users, all our users own at least one PIA, because you earn PIA as you use the platform. And we did something a year ago, a bit more, which is, I don't know if you know Gleam, but Gleam is basically a thing where you do actions. For example, you follow and then you retweet and whatever, and at some point you unlock rewards. So we did that a bit more than a year ago. And it was really cool because we had like thousands of users joining in a very short period of time because they wanted the reward. And then this year, there is a project from 42 actually that launched, which is called Crew 3, so CREW 3. And it allows you to do like quests with rewards as well, and you have a leaderboard and stuff. And it allows you to engage a lot your community and to make them refer people. So basically the same as we did with Gleam, but more tailor-made and more integrated with Web3. And we use them, for example, this summer as well, and it can drive you a lot of users as well. So this kind of thing, which is a gamified kind of marketing, is very interesting as well. The only downside is you can get very low quality users because your crew can become viral and it can go into regions such as, like some regions in Asia, for example, or India, where the cost of living is very low, and so people are, hunting for this kind of rewards, because for them, like $10 is a lot of money, and so they are hunting for these kind of things, and they don't really care about your project. They just want to get the reward. So if you use this kind of tools, you have to be careful to filter and to keep only quality users that are here for the platform and not only for just the reward. But it's another way to market your project. That is very powerful. So we talked about the team. Oh yeah.
Okay. So first off, I'd like to thank you, Kevin, for being here, and I'm really happy to have someone that is from an alumni of 42 Network here and that have founded a company in this field, and it's really humbling. Thank you very much.
Really happy to be here.
So my question is, I really want to know, when you first started the company, Pianity, at the first time, what was your vision for the company back then, and did it really change along the way that technology that are coming to the surface? Did something change along the way that made you change your vision and try something else that you didn't expect you would be doing when you founded the company? And one more thing, please, if there are any numbers about the company, how many users, what's the adoption rate of the company, between users, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So for the numbers, we have more than 1,000 artists that release at least one NFT with us. We have, I think, more than 30 or 40,000 users. I don't know the exact figure. And we processed more than $2.5 million in terms of transaction so far, volume. So it's like tens of thousands of NFTs. Because The NFTs on Pianity are not expensive. Like the goal is to have NFTs that are, the entry price is like 10 euros. We sold very expensive NFTs, but the goal is to have something that is accessible because we want something that is inclusive and not really exclusive. And I forgot your question. I can only remember one question at a time.
The first question was about, your first vision for the company.
Oh yeah,
and
first vision.
What did it
Yeah,
change?
so I think it's more about, it's more an exception than the rule. But for Pianity, the vision is exactly the same. I mean, from the beginning, it was so now we call it make music matter, but basically it's like make music valuable or help musicians make more money. So it was exactly the same from the beginning. The business model has been exactly the same from the beginning, which is we take a cut from the transactions. However, we refined it, meaning that now we are at the beginning where we were only talking about the social part, but right now it's really our focus. We are really focusing on the social part of the platform, giving artists the tools to create a community and to grow their community. The vision is also that NFTs can be used as a CRM, so basically as a tool so that artists can create their contact list and grow their contact list and target their audience as well. So we really think of NFTs that way. And for example, now we give away NFTs as well, which is something we didn't do at the very beginning. So the vision is the same, but it's more precise, and other things like other secondary things evolved along the way. But I think it's an exception, and I wouldn't give as an advice to someone who is starting a company, like keep your vision or whatever. On the opposite, I would say like test it, and if it doesn't work, iterate and find something else. And actually, it's linked to this one, which is find a problem. The first step after you have your team. Usually I recommend people to first find a team and then find a problem, and not an ID. I never say find an ID. I say find a problem. Then the opposite, because if you already have an ID and then you are trying to find a team, it's really hard to find a team because it's like getting married, basically. So that's the first thing. And then if it's already hard, and then if you filter the people you talk to with your ID, because you are focusing on an industry and maybe the person doesn't like the industry, then it's even harder to find a co-founder that is willing to do your ID and not another one. So my recommendation is try to find a team first and together find a problem. And so this find a problem slide, I think it's probably the most important. Like for example, for Pianity, the problem is 99% of the artists on Spotify earn less than $1,000 per year. I mean, it's a real problem. It's tangible, and it's not. We are not doing vitamins. We are really doing painkillers. All right. And so that's the first step you should find as a team is find a problem to address, and then test it as soon as possible. So once you have a problem, you design the solution. And you test it, and if people are not willing to pay for it, it means that it's not all the solution is poorly designed, which is rarely the case, or the problem is not painful enough. I'm spawning you. Starting. And then once you have your problem, you need to start. In order to start, it can be difficult to start, but you have to think in terms of MVP. And sometimes when you build on an exciting technology, it can be difficult to think in terms of MVP because you are so excited to code that you forget your users in the end, and you're more excited to code something cool than to talking with them and to build something with your users and not alone in front of your computer. So to start, I would recommend you to launch really, really fast. For example, with Pianity, between the ID, so we had the ID beginning of March 2021. And the launch, we launched mid-April 2021. So it took us 6 weeks, basically 6 weeks to go from the idea to selling our first NFT. And we try to think about, how can we be online as fast as possible. And it helped us make some decisions, such as there were only 2 pages, the marketplace and the checkout page, the 2 most important ones. There was just a music player, but like really poorly designed music player. And the artists, they didn't have any entry. We talked with them, we uploaded everything for them. They couldn't do anything by themselves. And basically, I was minting everything by hand on the console, on the shell. And so that was our MVP. And then from that, we started building feature by feature. One thing I recommend is in blockchain and Web3 and Metaverse, whatever, usually all the blockchains, they organize their own hackathon quite regularly. And one way to force yourself starting and force yourself into going fast is taking part in a hackathon. For example, with Pianity, we started with an hackathon on Arweave that lasted actually 6 weeks. And so that's why we had demo day on the 6 weeks, so we had to have something ready for demo day. So it was a good pressure for us. And in order to go fast and to release fast, I would recommend you not to decentralize too much at first. Don't be tempted to say, okay, I'm gonna do like everything fully decentralized, everything perfect from day one. The problem with decentralization is that first, it takes time. Second, you have rarely everything right the first time, so you will need to edit stuff, to migrate. And it takes a lot of time to migrate contracts, to migrate tokens, to migrate NFTs, so you will lose time. So I would recommend don't be too frustrated if everything is not perfect at first. If, for example, on Pianity, at first you couldn't use a wallet to connect and you couldn't pay with crypto. You could only connect with emails and you could only pay with credit card, which is the opposite of what everyone is doing. But from the beginning, we knew that our target audience was not the crypto community. And so it was a choice. And then the connect with a wallet and pay with crypto came a little bit later. And so centralized code allow you to like iterate faster, to test things faster as well. So like, yeah, don't be ashamed of shipping centralized things at first. And I think one of the practice that is missing a lot in Web3 projects is the onboarding. On Web2, when we launch a project, usually we try to smooth things, to have onboarding that is cool, to have, like to take the email and the phone number of the person that is registering, call them, do a video, like trying to understand them, help them getting on board. On Web3, usually what I see is projects that you go on the landing page and you don't understand anything. And then when you try to use it, you can't use it, and so you get tired and you leave, right? And so you have a poor conversion rate between someone who is signing up and someone who is really using your platform. So I would recommend as well to like design an onboarding that is really smooth and as similar as possible to Web2 that you can do. And of course, you can still include like wallet stuff and etc. But do something very smooth, explain everything like step by step, because it's a new habits that people have to use, and they are not used to it. The timing is really important as well. With Pianity, we are really lucky. We launched when I thought it was already the peak of the bear market, of the bull market, but it was not. We launched even before Beeple sold his NFT, like at 60 million or whatever. In March, like the NFT market was that big, and at the peak it was that big, So we were quite lucky with the timing. And it helped us a lot in terms of user acquisition, in terms of traction, in terms of fundraising, in terms of recruiting, in terms of getting attention from people. So the timing is really, really, really important. And so now you might say, oh, but now it's bear market. Is it a good time to start? And I would say, yes, it is a good time as well. I would just do it differently than if I was starting a year ago. Right now, you're not in a rush. It's bear market. You can try stuff. And actually, you can get ready for the next bull market. So it's a good opportunity. And if you look at the big startups of today, like the big Web3 startup of today, they all built during the bear market. So yeah, don't be afraid of building now. Actually, it's also now when you are only the co-founders that you don't have any risk in terms of money. You know, you don't have 10 employees that need a salary and that you have to pay. You are just co-founders, so you can basically last for as long as you want with almost no money. So it's not a problem when you start a project to start during a bear market. If you already started and if you already have employees, I would recommend to be very greedy in terms of money because the bear market is probably going to last for 2 more years. So you need to be patient for the bull run. And before I go to this, because I want to give you like an example of how we started very fast. Do we have more questions?
Yes, question. Hello, I hope you are doing great. First of all, I want to thank you about this event. I have a question about NFTs, which is how can I know that my product, a product is my own product and not for others? Because as you can see, there is some people that might copy my product and pretend like it's their own, you know?
So you mean how can you protect your product from being copied? You can't. And you shouldn't be worried. Actually, if someone copies you, it means that you are probably doing good, right? If for example, let's say you don't talk about your product because you're afraid of being copied, then you will have less feedback from people. People will know you less. Usually, when I do, like when I speak in public or even in podcasts or whatever, interviews, whatever, I tell so much more than I should. You know, I tell even about the roadmap, about what we're gonna do in the next 3 months, about in the next 6 months, because first it allows me to get feedback, to see the reaction, and if what you are going to build in the future is exciting people or not. If it's not exciting people, then maybe we shouldn't build it in the first place. Second, it allows me to refine my pitch. You know, I can, already start training myself into pitching something that you have not released yet. And so you need, as an entrepreneur, you need feedback from people. You need to see, it doesn't mean that you should listen to any feedback. It just means that you need to have some feedback at some point. And you shouldn't be afraid of being copied, because what is important is not your idea, it's how fast you can deliver the solution. And if you are afraid that someone is faster than you, then maybe the guy who is faster than you deserves to win, and not really you. So that's the way I see this in terms of copying ideas. So don't really try to protect stuff. It's usually useless. Yeah.
Actually, I have a suggestion, because now you have already built the project, and to buy like something, like to buy an asset on your marketplace, you need to buy a token from the blockchain. That's your project built in. So that affects the value of the assets that I'm buying. You know, you know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is, I'm not sure. What you're saying is that, so what I understand is just to buy NFTs on your marketplace, for example, you need first to buy the token of the blockchain?
No, like this percent, like I bought an asset, like for a price like for Matic, like $20. Then the market, its value, it's gone down. So it's now worth like $5 or something, you know. How could you protect your marketplace from that? Like Mr. Justin, if you can, actually, I don't know, if you need to make a stable coin or that there is no, you need blockchain and other stuff, it's really hard. Also, there is no unlimited algorithms to make a stable coin. You know, there's like 2 of them or so.
Yeah, it's a good question. So the question is, you know, how can you protect yourself in terms of price from the bear market? So for example, let's say I buy an NFT 1 ETH, and so 1 ETH is worth right now, I don't know, like $1,000. So I pay $1,000 for the NFT. And then the Ethereum collapses and now it's worth like $100. So my NFT now is still worth 1 ETH, but it's $100. So in the end, I lost that. And for the marketplace, it's a problem as well because the prices of all the marketplace is going down with Ethereum. What we did on Pianity, and it's a good question, and it's something we implemented from the first week, is all the prices are in fiat. So if you want to buy something, you pay in euros, you pay in dollars, you pay in whatever. We support many currencies, and it's always stable. And so the price were not affected by the bear market on Pianity. And the way we did it is, and you guessed it, we do have a stable coin, our own in the end. It's hidden. We are the only one to, you know, like trade it. It's useful to no one because the only thing that it does is when you pay with cards, we convert what you paid in stablecoin, and then directly we buy the NFT. So the stablecoin is not only like used to trigger the smart contract, and that's it. And then the stablecoin go into the artist wallet. And we convert it directly into fiat. So in like 1 second, we convert it in fiat and then back, in stablecoin and then back in fiat.
Hi. Thank you for being here. And I would also like to thank everyone who took part in making this event possible. And my question is fairly simple, and it is, how are you going to attract masses to use your platform? Because, you know, a lot of people are not very familiar with what are NFTs and what is Metaverse. I mean, I myself, as a computer science student, I have no clue what these things are. And because the reason I think people think these things are not yet relevant. So how do you think you can solve that? I mean, your platform specifically. And thank you.
By making the word NFT disappear completely from the platform. So the idea is same as when you send an email today, or when you send a text, you have no idea, or at least most people have no idea what are the protocols behind it. You know, like when you stream a video on YouTube or on Netflix, you have no idea of what's happening under the hood. When you pay on Amazon, you have no idea of what payment processor is behind it, and actually you don't care. On Pianity, we want it to be the same. So we want you to buy NFTs without really knowing what an NFT is. But we want you to buy it more because of the experiences you want to unlock with the artists. So of course, some people are going to be able to say, oh, I want to speculate or whatever. Same as people are buying paintings because they know it's going to have price in value or because they know the artist or whatever. But we have a lot of people, like you and I, buy very inexpensive paintings and or things that we put on our walls just because we think they are nice. I think for NFTs, it's the same. Most people will buy NFTs not because they will speculate or whatever, but because of the experience or because of the feeling it provides to us. And it's not linked to the fact that it's a limited edition or that it's this price and it's going to be this price in the future or it was this other price in the past. but more about, like what it can unlock, the membership fact, like the fact on Pianity you will you actually now have access to like the club of the artist when you own these NFTs. So all these kind of utility are gonna make the name NFT and the fact that you have to know what an NFT is to enjoy it right now disappear.
The thing is, how you gonna protect your stablecoin? Because as we know, Luna has a strong economy system, but the fish got it down. So when you release your stablecoin, do you have a new solution for it? As we know, there's just 2 algorithms to make a stablecoin that the Binance uses and that Luna uses, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, we don't really have a stablecoin. It's what I talked about. It's not, no one can buy it. If you buy it, it's because you are buying an NFT.
So we are not releasing it? No.
No, it's not. We are not going to release it. It's really a payment token that we use to trigger the contracts, and that's it. And like right now, there is no stablecoin in circulation. There is only a stablecoin in circulation if you trigger a payment, and so it's going to be created and deleted in a matter of milliseconds. So at any point in time, there is 0 stablecoin, and sometimes there is some that is destroyed straight away. So we don't really have a stablecoin. It's more a tool.
Hello. So it's not really a question, but I want to have your opinion in Web 3.0. So when we talk about Web 2.0 and we want to like listen to some music in our browser, we can like alt tab and go to YouTube or Spotify and make some kind of music. But when we're talking about Web 3.0, like virtual reality, you're like logging in into some interface. It's kind of not really accessible to like go to YouTube and then put your music. So would this be like a good idea to have like some integrated apps in virtual reality apps to like make music or Google search images or stuff like that?
So actually we are not doing any virtual reality or augmented reality at the moment. We will of course integrate with some apps in the future. We are doing exactly what Spotify is doing actually in terms of user experience. If you go on your phone, if you have an Android or an iPhone, whatever, you go in the store, you type Pianity and you will be able to download the app and listen to music. So the onboarding for you is exactly the same as it's going to be on any streaming platform. And for artists, so for people uploading content, it's even easier because actually I didn't know about it, but as an artist, you can't upload your content directly on Spotify. You have to go through a label or record label or through a distributor that will then upload your content on Spotify. And so Spotify is taking 30% of your revenue, and the distributor is taking like 10%, and the record label is taking like 30 or 40%, so at the end it leaves you like 20%, you see what I mean? So yeah, the user experience for Pianity, we aim that it's going to be the same as Spotify in terms of like user experience. Actually, I don't really like Spotify in terms of user experience, so I hope it's going to be better than Spotify in a few months.
Good afternoon. Well, firstly, I would like to thank you about your presentation. It was very smooth, actually. So let's talk a little bit about your projects. Could you tell us about, for example, for the beginning, which challenges that you found and how did you solve them?
Which what? Sorry?
Your challenges that you found when you started this project.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for introducing the slide. So yeah, we started Pianity so March last year. I already told you how we found the idea, and then we started executing. And so so we were 2 people. So first challenge, finding a team. So we were only 2, and I knew that we needed at least one other person because I couldn't take care of everything. I could take care of the smart contracts, but I needed someone to do like the front end or the back end or whatever, but I couldn't do everything myself. So I found a friend that got interested. And actually what happened is, I asked him a question about JavaScript because I didn't know anything about JavaScript. So I asked him a question. And the guy told me, but why are you, so he answered my question and then he said, but why are you looking into JavaScript? And I told him, I'm starting a project on this blockchain. And so he went on the website and like 24 hours later, he sent me a message, this blockchain is incredible. I've seen that there is a hackathon, I want to participate. I already told my roommates, we are 3. And so I told him, okay, so let's team up. And so instead of being 2, we are like a team of 5. So 4 developers and 1 guy from the music industry. And we started like this. Next challenge, 5 people is a lot to start a company. So the next challenge was who is doing what. At some point, someone couldn't really fit in the team, so we are 4 again, and then we are 5 again. But basically, we started with the hackathon. So good, we had luck, which is good timing. The same week as we got the idea, a hackathon was started on Arweave that lasted 6 weeks. And so we enrolled and we participated. And so that's another advice. One of the challenges you will have at the beginning is to grow your network as your business network, but also your consumer network, so clients. Hackathons are a good way to make connections because during hackathon, especially in blockchain, you will talk to all the people involved, in the ecosystem. So you will meet other projects. You will probably meet important people from the blockchain itself. And you will have mentors and people, like speakers and stuff. So in 6 weeks, we met really with a lot of people. We met with alumni from the same hackathon. We met with the other startup of the hackathon. We met with all the team from the blockchain. So it was really useful to us. And finally, at the end of the hackathon, you usually have a demo day in front of investors. And so we got to pitch after 6 weeks our project in front, like I think it was 70 or 80 investors. So it got us a lot of interest and a lot of contacts, so 6 weeks after launching. I already touched on this, but one of the challenges was to define the MVP and to be able to launch in 6 weeks, especially because we are not all full-time on the project at this time. So yeah, defining the MVP and, and really putting on paper what are the features that I really need and what are the ones for later. And it's really important to just try to, build the minimum product you can build. And so it was something that we did, and I think we did it well. And that's and actually we were able to release 1 week in advance of demo day. And so we arrived at demo day with not 1 NFT, but like 5 or 6 NFTs already sold. So like we are actually the only platform from the batch who had a live product in 6 weeks. So it was really a success. Then next challenge, raising funds. Right now it's really hard to raise funds because of the context, right? No matter if it's Web3 or not, right now it's quite difficult, but it's still doable. At the time it was really easy. We raised like 1 million in 1 week, which was cool because it allowed us to focus again on the product directly. Next challenge, building the team, so recruiting. So once you have money, you have less problem, but you have new problems as well. So you have to hire, and usually you are tempted to hire quite fast at the beginning, and I would really recommend you to hire slow. It's really important. What we noticed is because we were a small team, we couldn't handle hiring more than 1 person at a time. Every time we tried to hire 2 people, at the same time, so doing 2 hiring process at the same time, it was a failure because we were not fast enough, or we were not available enough, or the onboarding was not cool for the person. So yeah, one of the advice: hire 1 person at once. What other challenges did we face? Then you will have technical challenges, of course. For example, right now, one of the challenges we face with the mobile app is we can't sell NFTs on the app because it's like an instant ban from Apple if you start selling NFTs, or you will have to give them 30% of what you make. And we can't give 30% to Apple because we only take 10% of the transactions. So impossible for us to sell NFTs on Apple, on iOS for now. So that's one of the challenges, and it's something we're going to tackle, I think, and other startups are doing it. And then, and actually we didn't talk about it, but there is choosing your blockchain. That is also a challenge. And I know like some people that are facing it even at the moment. Choosing a blockchain is difficult because like everyone will tell you, oh, this one is the best, this one is the best. Actually, when we started on Arweave, it was a bet, and during the first 6 months, we were always talking with all the blockchain to see if it was a good idea to migrate or not. So we met with like 4 or 5 other different blockchain teams to see like if you would move or not. And actually, what convinced me to stay on Arweave was when I met the CEO of Arweave at NFT NYC like a year ago. And like his vision for the blockchain was so mind-blowing that I knew I had to stay on that one. What other challenges? Good question. And yeah, some people might say, oh, but what about competition? Actually, I would recommend you not to focus too much on competition. For example, when we started, after 2-3 months, we identified like 40 competitors. And I think at least half of them are dead today. And we didn't kill them, right? They died by themselves. So you don't have to, like be better. You don't have to, like to look at a competitor and try to see if he's copying you or whatever. You just have to know them, to look at what they are doing well, so that you can take inspiration from them. But don't be afraid of competition. It's not what's going to kill you. What's going to kill you is if you are too slow. And even right now, our main competitor, I actually learned like last week that they are faking their volumes. So we thought that they were bigger than they actually are. We have some people that did a deep analytics on their transaction, and we found out that 60% of the volume is actually fake, and is coming from the investors of the project, that are basically like circling NFTs between themselves. So yeah, don't focus too much on competition. Don't be afraid of being copied. It's not a problem. Actually, most of the things we did at Pianity were not copied, so it's not really a problem as well.
Thank you. So we're sadly going to end. I know that there are a lot of people who want to keep asking questions. They won't end. So thank you, Kevin, a lot for attending, and thank you all for staying. Oops. Thanks. Yeah. So if you guys are staying here, you can ask questions to Kevin privately, or there's Twitter. There are ways to contact him. So enjoy the match, and thank you again. Goodbye. See ya. الدراري ديال الخريب بكاو الدراري ديال اليوسفيه راه وصل
ترونسبور كيجيو باش نمشيو